What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good afternoon. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and it is Saturday, September 27th, 2025. Another day, another stream here at the Polderbaan, where there is hardly any wind, and there's nebulosity and some clouds. And for the first time in a while, a few rays of sunshine. Welcome to the show, everybody. Wolfgang, Aphrodite, good afternoon to you both. Duckman, Ray, Eddie, Rob, good morning. Welcome to the show, guys. Arjan, goedemorgen. I say good morning, but it is afternoon, of course. It was looking a little dark, it was looking a little blue. I have put the temperature a little higher, 5000 Kelvin instead of 4700. Hope that makes it a bit less blue than it otherwise would have been. I've also increased the exposure compensation with a quarter stop. If it becomes too bright, let me know and I can lower it again to the default setting. But I thought this was looking a bit more color balanced and also a bit brighter. This is the current situation with respect to the wind. Roy, Patrick, Carol, good morning, good afternoon. So used to saying good morning. Silje, good afternoon. Malay, Kabouterplop, good afternoon. Jendrosek, good afternoon. Jonas, Dalia, Freddy, Gisela, Melvin, Richard, Martin, good afternoon, guys. Welcome to the show. You can see it's pretty cloudy right now. Looking to the north, this is what it looks like. There are a few openings here and there. I was hoping it would have been a bit brighter by now, but I guess the TAF was wrong. The TAF was indicating fogginess and mistiness in the morning, and it would clear up around noon or later in the afternoon. This is what it's looking like right now. And yeah, I'm wondering if it's going to improve. I don't think it will. Despite the gloomy weather, you can see there's still plenty of people out here. Almost always on weekend days, whenever the weather is decent, a lot of people go out to the Polderbaan. John, good afternoon. Bart, good afternoon. Henk, goedemiddag. Martin, goedemiddag. Balazar, goedemiddag. Eddie and Edwin, good morning. Hey Jan, good afternoon. Dini, goedemiddag, good afternoon. So, yeah, another Emirates in the show. Not 147, but flight 149. Thought it was expected around 740, so that is going to be a center runway arrival most likely. If you guys think it still looks a bit cold, or if it looks a bit blue, if it is too yellowish, let me know. I manually changed the color balance and the white balance, it's more formally called. I've also added the exposure compensation a little bit, otherwise it would look pretty gloomy. This is the default exposure compensation. This is plus a quarter stop. This is plus half a stop. This is plus full stop, that's too much. Maybe a quarter to a half, not sure. I've got the white balance set to 5000 Kelvin right now. It was at 747.60, which is more blue. This seems to be more balanced, 5000 Kelvin. Anyway, let me know. Karen and Aaron, good afternoon. TVP, good afternoon. Krista, good afternoon. Rutwick, good afternoon. And Marcus is celebrating 3 months of membership. He writes, only channel worth subscribing to. Keep it up. Thank you for the kind words, Marcus. I will definitely do my utmost best to keep it up. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix it. Howdy Lars, good afternoon. I've also set the latency back to normal. So it means that if you look at the time in the bottom left corner of your screen and you look at the time of your computer, it'll probably be a few seconds delayed, but if all is well, it should be much more consistent and little to no stuttering. Probably no, but at least less than otherwise. Astanor, good afternoon. And Sven, welcome back. Sven van der Swan renewed his membership just now. Welcome back to the Aurora Sky Lounge, mate. Thank you for renewing your membership. We kept your seat warm and left everything the way you left it. Welcome back, mate. Erik, goedemiddag. Peter, goedemiddag. 2 narrow bodies will arrive, and then a 777 arriving from Shanghai in China. If all is well, there is an E2 Embraer out there somewhere on final already, coming this way, but I've yet to see it. Not sure if I'm missing something. Not yet am I seeing an E2. E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1984. Not yet visible, the special livery. Oh wait, no, not yet special the E2. Not yet visible the E2. Wolfgang is asking me if I've seen the 2 special liveries. What do I think? Which one were those again? I think I saw them, but it's been a while back. Wesley also celebrating today. Wait, hold up, 12 months? Love the streams, boy, he writes. Wesley Tam, he is now a member for a year and has turned green. Another member has turned green. Greenpeace is going to love it. Thank you so much for the continued support, Wesley, and I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. The same goes for Patrick, who is celebrating 23 months and will turn blue next month. Whoop whoop, only one more for blue, indeed. Thank you to Patrick for your ongoing support. To both of you I say I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. But thank you so much both for the support, guys. Cinematic flights, good day. 1 minute and 20 seconds. That's more than it should be. People are everywhere, as you can see. They're also standing behind me. It's everywhere here. A few people. Despite the shitty weather, quite a lot of people have come out to watch. Han, good afternoon. Good to see you, mate. Stefan, good afternoon. So this is KLM flight 1982, arriving from Belgrade. 1 hour and 56 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, November X-ray whiskey. I don't remember the Emirates. I have seen the Lufty. I think. Yeah, that Dreamliner. That Dreamliner which has those purplish blue accents. That is a looker, isn't it? Yeah, that was some ground crew at the cycling path at a respectable distance, Ray. If you hear people chatting, it's them. Peter, goedemiddag. Jan, goedemiddag. Next up is Transavia flight 5754 arriving from Marrakesh. And after that, the first Chinese triple of the show. Mitchell, good day. Welcome back, mate. Tina, goedemiddag. Oscar, good afternoon. Terry, good afternoon. Terry is tuning in from Florida. Any special and rare old flights coming in today? Well, Saturdays lately have been very dull, underwhelming, to put it. If we have a look, we can see that the stream is running. This is the METAR website, which is showing you the wind. Wind is still blowing from the southeast, and we have a low ceiling still, in case you didn't know yet. Looking on Flight Radar, the Transavia Retro is now flying out to Palma de Mallorca, so it'll be a while before it's going to be back here. Not sure if it's going to be within the duration of the stream. It might be, actually. You guys can check out what time of arrival it will return from, where was it? Palma de Mallorca? Atlas is the first Quad Squad member arriving here. 3:30 estimated time of arrival. It's going to land on the Polderbaan if all is well. EasyJet The Jesus flight is flying back to Edinburgh, so Jesus will not be visiting the Netherlands today. Emirates flight 149, 7:42 the estimated time of arrival, probably a candidate for the center runway. Other than that, I don't think there's much else underway yet. One airplane that I am looking forward to personally is the All-On Air Dreamliner, which I don't think I have seen in the AMS live streams before yet. So for me, that is an interesting one, but it's not a rare or an old airplane, unfortunately. Yillard is celebrating 6 months of membership. Mate, thank you for the ongoing support. Hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know and let me see what I can do to fix it. Hans, good afternoon. Michael, good to see you again. Frank, good afternoon. Hope everybody is doing all right. Transavia, having arrived from Marrakesh, landed just now while I was doing the screen-in-screen thingy. This is China Cargo Airlines Flight 205, arrived from Shanghai in China. 10 hours and 27 minutes on the way. It's a 777 freighter, the Bravo 221 Whiskey. The airplane is 3 years old, first flight April 2022. After this airplane we're going to see KLM flight 1252, arriving from bloody Helsinki in Finland. A321neo. How's the brightness and the white balance for you guys? Wesley says that Transavia Retro is scheduled for 1:35 arrival. 1:35? You mean tonight? You mean it's not coming back here landing here before after midnight? What? Ayal says, still looking a bit blue tinted. Well, I can still throw up the white balance. 5600, but that's even more yellow. That's too much. That's too much. 5130. Maybe this is a bit more balanced. This is what it is currently looking like. It's gray and green. Right, this is KLM flight 1252, arriving from bloody Helsinki in Finland. It's an A321neo, fax B, 2 hours precisely underway. First flight September 2024, making it a year old. Nice Karen cabin in the back, as you can see. Hey Gurdeep, good afternoon. Bus is celebrating 4 months of membership. The sky is grey. My membership is red. 4 months. Congratulations and thank you so much for the ongoing support there, Bus. Upwards and onwards. I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know and let me see what I can do to fix it. So yeah, white balance always a bit tricky. I think this looks rather balanced. Let's see, it is a lot of traffic arriving from the east right now, and what I can see is that they are mostly narrow bodies. Next airplane arriving here is KLM flight 1572, arriving from Porto in Portugal. Papa Hotel, Bravo Golf Bravo, 737-800, 2 hours and 2 minutes underway. Hoi. Hey, wat leuk man. Hoe heet je?
Davy, ik zou boven in je live en zo kijken.
Davy. Ah, oké. Leuk man. Ben je al de hele dag hier?
Ja, want ik zat gewoon je live te kijken. Ik
dacht
dat er die live was. Ik dacht, ik kijk heel vaak jouw live.
Leuk man. Kom je van ver of?
Ja, best wel ver. Ik kom bij Zwolle.
Bij Zwolle, wauw. Dus dat is, hoe lang reizen om hier te komen dan? 1,5 uur. Wauw, 1,5 hours underway. Dat doe je niet even wekelijks, denk ik. Oh, maar dan heb je zeker ook al de Emirates hier gezien vanmorgen. Of eerder vanmiddag. Leuk. In the meantime, good afternoon to everybody who has joined. Uncle Plane Guy, good afternoon. Dylan, good afternoon. Michael DCA, already said hi to you. Clemencia, goedemiddag. This is KLM flight 1802, arriving from Düsseldorf, Embraer 190, DAG MP, German Airways, 25 minutes on the way. This airplane is 16 years old, first flight somewhere in 2009. Eind 2022. Bijna 3 jaar nu, denk ik. Dit is een Canon XA60. Wolfgang says there's a Global X A320 underway, that we have that on stream once. Is that blue one, Wolfgang? I think we did see it before. A couple of times actually. How much delay are you guys experiencing on today's stream? Just curious. One person was reporting a minute 20. That seems to be a bit much. Derek, good afternoon. Oh my god, it's all narrow bodies for the time being. And then in the vicinity of Zwolle is the Atlas Air 747, the one and only of today's show, unless of course there are surprise visitors that might take off later in the show from, for instance, Paris. 20 seconds for Duckman, 22 seconds for Patrick. That's still within the realm of acceptable, and also what we had the last time I was streaming on the same latency settings. Last time with these settings it was 20 seconds of delay and 0 hiccups. We're standing in line with the first exit, which means straight on butt shots can be seen, and this is the first butt shot of the show. Here it is. Bit more, just a bit more. And there we go. 20 seconds, 50 to 20 seconds. Oh yeah. Yeah. 14 to 15 seconds, 10 seconds for Tina. There were also persons who said that if you sped up the playback speed, you could also use fast forward. You could also reduce the delay a little, the latency. I saw Gary Grebe just now in the water. There he is. Hey, dankjewel. Fijne dag. Gary Grebe, or at least this is the zebra liveried adolescent grebe, I think. And of course the next airplane already having arrived here. This is Transavia flight 6918, arriving from Olbia. 1 hour and 58 minutes it has flown to get here. Martin, goedemiddag. So this is the parent. Bloop, going under. And here we have adolescent grebe still in zebra livery. I like how around his eyes the feathers are also dark. Alright. Hey Arion, goedemiddag. KLM flight 1706 arriving from Brussels. What runway will you be landing on, I wonder, Arion? Because I do see that there are now also once again airplanes on the glide slope to the center runway. I think I've seen airplanes arriving from Brussels land on the center runway before. Must be an Airbus grebe, indeed. You know what happens when they land, right?
Retard, 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 retard.
Alrighty. Wat zei je? Foto? Tuurlijk. Even een selfie maken of zo? Uiteraard. Is die goed gelukt?
Ja.
Top man.
En die 747 gaat aan de andere kant.
Ah ja, dat was te verwachten met de baan, de center nu ook weer geopend.
Ja, dat is heel jammer.
Dat is jammer.
Ja.
Het is niet anders. Transavia flight 6630, arriving from Funchal. 3 hours and 29 minutes on the way. This is the A321 Neo, the Papa Hotel Yankee Hotel Whiskey, which is a year old already. First flight April 2024. And Ariane still has to take off. It was KLM flight 1740 or something? Can anybody look it up? What the estimated time of arrival will be? We just started again with parallel arrivals. That's expected to last for an hour now. Between 4:20 and 6:20, normally speaking, there's only one runway open for arrival. So everything arriving between 4:20 and 6:20 should land over here on this runway. Everything outside of that time slot, arriving from the east, will land on the center runway most likely. Flinkside, good afternoon. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. It's Saturday afternoon and quite a few airplanes are arriving right now. Parallel arrivals have once again begun. The next airplane is still a bit further out, BA flight 438, arriving from London City. That's an A319. In the meantime, E2s and A220s to the center runway. Air Baltic arriving from Vilnius over there. That's flight 959. In the Austrian livery. There you go. That's the Austrian flag livery, quite clearly. Around 4, Wolfgang says. So, yeah, that's dependent on where they're going to assign it to. They can send it to both runways, and I think we've seen it before that airplanes arriving from Brussels have landed on the center runway when it was parallel arrivals from the north. Niels, good afternoon. Hey, Captain Eddie Bos also back in the chat. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody. The airplane arriving from London has become visible.
Hey, boy.
Hey, goeiedag.
Jeff Bourne. I don't remember, but from Nashville, Tennessee.
Haven't we met?
We met.
Haven't we?
I got you.
Dude, you are kidding.
Yeah. I got to apologize though. The idiots they spelled your name Dorp instead of drop instead of Dorp.
Rans drop. That's I love it.
But this was bottled just a couple weeks ago. So
mate,
got the little tag there for you.
So. It's even burned in. Yeah. What?
Yeah, had that done for you.
Man, I don't know what to say, but thank problem. You so much. That is above and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, have a look. Have a look at this. We already had AMS Live vodka. Now we have AMS Live bourbon. No? Yeah, bourbon is whiskey. It's whiskey. For boy Rans Drop from AMS Live. Bottled in September. It even has the logo burnt into wood. Check it out. Dude, I don't know what to say other than this is beautiful. Thank you so much.
I love your show, man. I just flew in, so I've been up for like 24 hours. So I'm gonna crash, but I wanted to make sure I got out here. I'm here for a week.
Okay.
So
come back tomorrow.
You'll be out tomorrow?
Yeah, I will be out tomorrow. I don't know yet where I'm going to go to, and if I'm thinking about doing an afternoon stream as well tomorrow, since I'm already doing a late stream today.
I'll be more awake. But anyway, I wanted to make sure I got that to you. So.
Again, thank you so much, man. That is above and beyond. You really didn't have you didn't have to.
But I wanted to bring you something from Tennessee.
Well, thank you so much. I hope to see you tomorrow. Make sure you rest well and be careful on your way back. Don't get lost or anything. See ya. Man. So by now, all y'all are bringing me liquor. Meanwhile, back at home, I have a bottle of vodka. I have a bottle of Hogeveen. That's kruidenbitter from Henk. That's spirits with herbs in it. And now also Tennessee whiskey. That was Jeff. He was in the chat earlier already, I think. He just flew in. He's been here before. I'm pretty sure I saw that he was in the chat earlier already. He just flew in. Must be all the way back before going live, perhaps even. Tennessee whiskey with the AMS Live logo on it. Next level this. Indeed, so incredibly nice. Well, in the meantime, as you guys could see, there have been two special livery Air Baltic A220s that went to the center runway. In the meantime, I'm thinking the 747, yeah, the 747 couldn't be far out anymore. It's turned final now. On its way to the center runway. I was about to take a sip of coffee, which I also brought along. Coffee, vodka and whiskey. We have it all. In the meantime, Stefan renewing his membership. Welcome back, Stefan. Thanks for choosing the lounge again as your place to hang out in. Obviously, we kept your seat warm and everything. You will find everything just the way you left it. Britty Hopper, Embraer 190, flying on behalf of KLM, returning home from Birmingham under the moniker of KLM Flight 1046. Nelly, good afternoon. Dropkicker, good afternoon. So yeah, this morning it was foggy, and the TAF was indicating that it would get better in the afternoon, so that's why I thought let's go out in the afternoon. Also, I'm thinking maybe doing more afternoon streams, also to broaden the audience a little bit. But yeah, it's not the half sunny weather that the TAF indicated this morning it would become. Hey Christian, good afternoon. CJ, good afternoon, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, everybody. Atlas Air, the one and only 747 that I at least have knowledge of will feature in today's stream, is flying on the glide slope to the center runway. Still out of our view, although now it has become visible, so let's switch to it instead. And follow it for as long as we can, and maybe, just maybe, we'll hear the reversers once it has touched down on the center runway. This is Atlas Air, flight 8153, arriving from Almaty. 7 hours and 29 minutes on the way. 747-400 freighter, the November 416 Mike Charlie. Nielso has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Nielso. See you in the next one. Dalia reports also not having seen any sunshine in Zwolle. This Atlas flew almost directly over Zwolle minutes ago. Now it's going to the wrong runway.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
KLM 737 in the meantime, landing here in the foreground on the Polderbaan. Jero also back in the chat. Good to see you. Welcome back, mate. Now the mounds of sand on the other side in the way. Although I do think I can hear the reversers, but you have to listen closely. Meanwhile, Sardi, thank you so much for your donation, for your kind words as well. G'day, boy. Love your streams. Awesome work. Thank you so much, Sardi. Happy to hear you're enjoying things, and I hope that goes for everybody. Don't forget to leave a like if you are enjoying this show. It will help to bring in new people who haven't heard of the channel yet, but who might want to join our community if only they knew we existed. KLM 777 in the meantime landing over here. Flight 636, arriving from Las Vegas. 9 hours 24 minutes it has flown to get here. It's the Bravo Victor Golf. 13-year-old airplane, first flight May 2012. And Christian Naus, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, mate. Christian just now became our latest Aurora Skylines member, and then Sardi started gifting 5 memberships. So now we have 5 more newer members, but they got gifted their membership, and it was Christian who became a member himself. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines to all of you, Christian, and the 5 recipients of the gifted memberships of Sardi. If you are one of the recipients of Sardi's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you, and please enjoy the custom emojis. You too, Christian. Everybody who is a member, new and old, you have access to our 34 custom emojis. Make sure to have fun with them. They're there to be used, so be sure that you do. Sardi, thank you so much for your generosity, and welcome to the Aurora Skylines, everybody who just became a member or got gifted a membership. Next up, another airplane from BA, another Speedbird arriving from London Heathrow. Big picture overview, it almost looks like it is going to rain. It isn't, but it looks like it. This is looking to the west, this is looking to the south, this is looking to the east. This is what things look like to the north. The north currently has the most bright sky, but still it is overcast and pretty cloudy and gloomy. No rain expected though. We did have some rain overnight, early in the morning. It woke me up actually. One shower. This is BA, flight 436, arriving from London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Flight time 44 minutes, completely nominal. It looks cold, but let me tell you, it isn't. Came here with my rain trousers over my jeans. I've taken them off. I'm standing here barehanded. There's hardly any wind. The ambient temperature is also not extremely low. You'll find all the stats in the ticker, where the meter updates automatically. It gets updated twice an hour. The running use also is updated automatically. It should be current. Big thanks to Simi, aka Reticent Wife, and to Buddy, aka Duckman, who helped to realize that. Another butt shot, and the cat is celebrating 19 months of membership. Have a nice weekend, all the cat rides. Thank you too, and thank you also for the ongoing support. If anything in the lounge is amiss, let me know. I want to know, and let me see what I can do to fix it then. Thank you in the meantime so much for your continued support, the cat. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. Let's have a look at the weather, because yeah, the Emirates is still far off. The weather is looking like, let's refresh, it's looking like so. Here we go. 5 knots wind, broken clouds, 15 degrees C, that's roughly 60 F. The runway heading, it means there's crosswind from the left for the airplanes that are landing, only 5 knots of wind, it's not very substantial. There's still a ceiling at 2,600 feet, and we have scattered clouds at 1,700 feet as well. The air temperature 15 degrees, it looks like it's cold, but actually it isn't, because there's hardly any wind right now. Parallel arrivals in progress, and a Transavia arriving from Kos, I think, or is that Thessaloniki? Thessaloniki, I always keep confusing the two based on their abbreviation. SKG, which is Thessaloniki. Makes sense, doesn't it? LC 878, guten Tag. Tom, good afternoon. Everybody's galore to both runways. And here we have Russell Crowe overlooking things, and his mate Cheryl over there. Up next is an Embraer 190, arriving from Glasgow in Scotland, 1 hour 9 minutes to flight time, the Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Hotel. "15-year-old airplane, first flight October 2009. But shut the boot. Indeed, that's the one, Stefan. And meanwhile, Aphrodite is also celebrating. She is celebrating 27 months of membership. Awesome, still happy to be here. I'm happy to hear that, Aphrodite. Let me know if anything is amiss. I hope you still like being a moderator and a member. And if any of the two is no longer to your liking, I want to know. And let me see what I can do then to ameliorate the situation. Aphrodite, thank you so much for your ongoing support. I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. Hopefully as a mod and as a member. But if not, then at least as a regular gezellige bezoeker. What would be a good translation for gezellig? There are several approximations, but is there an actual good term that would cover the entire breadth of the meaning in the Netherlands, the Dutch meaning? Don't think there is, but maybe you guys know one. Gezellig, gezelligheid, Dutch word. But what would be a proper translation for it? Icelandair, flight 506. This is a MAX 8 737 arriving from Reykjavik, Iceland. Flight time 2 hours and 54 minutes. The TFICN. India, Charlie November. 2 hours 54 minutes on the way. 6-year-old airplane. First flight February 2019. Marco Plaggenborg also back in the chat. He is celebrating as well today. 21 months of membership. Goedemiddag, weer een maand erbij. Hoppa, good afternoon. Another month in the pocket. There you go, is more or less what he said in Dutch. I'm not sure if pleasant covers it. Meanwhile, Roy renewing his membership just now. Roy van Kam, thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Welcome back to the Sky Lounge. We kept your seat warm and left everything untouched, just the way you left it. Good to have you back, mate. If anything is amiss in the lounge, let me know. If all is well, but I'm not sure if Scott has been sighted yet. The LNM has been replenished and we should have enough of it in stock again. If there's anything else you guys need, let me know. Veronique suggests cozy, which, yeah, I mean, pleasant and cozy, they're both good approximations for what the word means. I'm not sure if it is exactly a one-to-one translation of the meaning. Hey Marcel, goedemiddag. Wow. It is relatively dark out here. My phone screen dims even to the extent that I almost am struggling to see it. Yeah, of course the Germans have Geselligkeit, who have a similar word. Why am I not surprised? Now let me know if I need to change anything to the settings. If it gets too dark for you guys, I can still put in more exposure compensation. I already have added a quarter stop. I've also warmed up the color, the white balance a little bit. Han is also celebrating. Han is celebrating 29 months of membership today. Mate, thank you so much for all the support as well. And all the banter whenever you're in the chat. Always nice to have you in the chat. And I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. He's still trying to catch up with Marissa. The only way you can do that is if you stay on as a member and she accidentally stops temporarily from being a member. That's the only way I think you can catch up with her. Either that or you have to find a warp zone. Like in Super Mario, where you can shortcut time. But that would make you older faster, and I'm not sure if that's something that most people would want. Overtaking Marissa or catching up with her does come with consequences, Han. make sure you thought of that well before taking any action in that respect. K4. Bird controller on duty. Haha, duty. Okay. I'm just zooming out on Flightradar to see where the wide bodies are. There is a Turkish 777 in Dutch airspace, but that is probably, yeah, that's still going to center. Looking at the time, by the time it's expected to land, we'll still have parallel arrivals, unfortunately. Coffee, vodka, and bleeping whiskey. Oh man. For those of you who joined later and are not sure what I am talking about, I received a flask of whiskey from Jeff, who already visited from Tennessee, and apparently he landed earlier today. Having been up 24 hours, he quickly returned back to his hotel after giving me this beautiful whiskey with AMS Live logo on it. It's Jack Daniels from the White Rabbit Bottle Shop, where they also put my name on it. Boy Rance Drop. Absolutely beautiful. So the liquor collection at home is slowly but surely increasing. Wolfgang brought some vodka. Hank brought some herbal liqueur from Hogeveen a while back. And now we have whiskey to boot. You guys, it is so sweet. Thank you all so much once again. Captain Wheelie. In the meantime, Captain Showboat, aka Captain Wheelie. Amen or amen? Good question there, Stefan. Nancy also back in the chat. Good to see you, Nancy. That is a beautiful bottle, isn't it? It is absolutely stupendously generous. Now Jeff will join, he said, tomorrow. Looking forward to that. I can imagine once he gets back in his hotel room and crashes on his bed, he'll fall asleep immediately, having been up 24 hours. German Airways flying on behalf of KLM, going to the center runway. The updated livery with the pointillism inspired tail. Hey Douwe, goedemiddag, good afternoon. It is a cool bottle, isn't it, Tom? I am absolutely thrilled with it. So extremely generous. It'll go well. It'll go well with the other bottles. I'll have to make a picture and post it in the community section. The AMS Live liquor collection that kind visitors have brought along, either from the northeast of the country, from Austria, or from the United States. That's what humbles me most each time whenever somebody comes. They're often arriving from a faraway location. It's humbling, it is. Yeah, indeed, Frank. What else to give than whiskey coming from Tennessee? You are right. You absolutely are. All right, KLM flight 1706 is underway. Arion is on board. But if I saw the chat correctly, he was on an aisle seat and not a window seat. Maybe he was able to... well, we haven't heard from him since, have we? I'm still wondering maybe if he were able to switch with somebody else, or maybe there was a vacant seat next to a window on the right. I hope there is. I hope there was. On proposes to share. You the nice bottle, I the contents. Oh, come on, surely one glass for me then as well. I guess so, Michael. When you have a great show, everyone wants to meet you. Yeah, it does seem like it. I'm still amazed. Also, the number of young kids that come up to me, recognize me, want to have their picture taken with me. It's baffling, actually. Never thought that was going to happen when I started with the channel. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. It's all narrow bodies for the time being. The only wide body approaching is a 777 from Turkish, which is going to land on the center runway and is about to cross marker Mir. Veronique asks if I know Michael or Michael, Mighty MKL. I've met with him once a year ago at the Kaagbaan. I was streaming. He was there with a big ass 600mm lens to do some photography. So we have met in person. So I know him and I've met him before in person. It's all narrow bodies for the time being. Here to the Polderbaan we have Vueling with an A320 up next. And with the butt shot, a nice opportunity to see through those big ass see-through engines. High bypass, E2 and A220. Geared turbofans. The howlers. Yannick says, I wish I lived close to Amsterdam so I could go watch every day. Yeah, I can imagine if you live far away and you're interested in aviation, you're not going to be happy about living so far away. It's not just the vicinity of Schiphol that I enjoy about living here in the West. I also love the proximity to the sea. Not that I am so much a beach boy or anything, but I do sometimes like to take my bike, go through the dunes, go to the sea, just stand there. The sound, the smell, the sight. Although the sight has become less with all the windmills that they've placed not far enough at sea, close enough to the coast that you can still see them. Wind farms everywhere off the coast of the Netherlands these days. They do obstruct view if it is clear. It's a shame. The data is still in place, so world order will also stay in place. Whether or not we're supposed to be happy with that about that remains to be seen. And it's also something that is out of the scope of today's show, unfortunately. But yeah, there you go. And now I'm a bourbon boy, indeed, Frank, indeed. Next up, EasyJet A319 arriving from Nice, which is nice. And after that, TUI with a MAX 8 737 arriving from Funchal in Madeira. There's also a KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Warsaw. KLM 9938. Hey, beach girl. What up, Lisa? The liquor collection has become larger once again, Lisa. Did you see the bottle that I showed before that I received from Jeff? Jeff from Tennessee. He's been here before. And he did say the last time when he was here that next time he would come back, he would bring me some some whiskey. And he actually did. Han, the funny thing is, people think by the sound of my voice I'm way younger than I actually am. So they in the chat it's all yo bro and whatnot. But indeed, if they would stand next to me, it would be sir and u. Fud, good afternoon. Elise, I'll show you in a minute. Clouds, good afternoon. Immediately after giving me the bottle, Jeff went back to his hotel because he had been up already for 24 hours straight and needed to crash. If all is well, he should be coming out tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Yeah, Dr. Boy, indeed. Herr Dr. Ransdorp, actually. Now, have a look at this. Let me switch to autofocus so that it can focus on the things close by. Let me zoom out. This is the whiskey bottle with the logo on it. Amos Live logo. From where it's bottled. It was bottled in September by the White Rabbit Bottle Shop. This is for Boy Ransdorp. Amos Live, September 2025. So how cool is this? How cool is that? Flipping amazing. Yeah, Ransdorp. That's it. Yo, bro! Noise indeed. Indeed, Amateur Moon, you are as young as you feel. It's usually the bodily functions that let you know that you're actually older. TUI Flight 1743, returning from Funchal in Madeira, Max 8, 737. And today another stream with normal latency settings. Means that there's a bit more delay than otherwise would have been, but it comes to the benefit of the stability of the stream. And good afternoon to Suin Lu. Probably mispronounced that. Hi. Hey. Ja, tuurlijk. Wil je even op de foto? Ja. Selfie met z'n tweeën? Ja. Heel goed. Ik doe even mijn handschoenen uit. Hoe heet je? Ja, Ruben. Ruben. Hi Ruben, ik ben Boy. Hoi. Hoi. Is die goed gelukt? Ja, dankjewel. Top. Hey, wil je ook een sticker? Nu je hier toch bent, kun je op je computer plakken of wat dan ook, alsjeblieft. Hey, fijne dag! Alrighty. Turkish is arriving on the glide slope to the center runway. Should become visible in a moment. I don't see it yet, but it will become apparent in a moment. So let's also film it once it has become visible. Meanwhile, Big Al, good to see you, mate. Sitting here thinking it's still Saturday morning. Yeah, but it isn't. It's afternoon. Yeah, I've been thinking about maybe doing more afternoon streams even though I think the traffic in the morning hours is best. But of course, if you want to expand your audience, it might also be good to sometimes stream in the afternoon, particularly if you want to reach people overseas. The United States, this time is much more favorable. Plus, I'm also a night owl by nature, so for me, sleeping in a little and streaming this time of day, for me, works even better. I always used to go well on working in the evenings. Start late, stop late, go to bed late. Normal time for me, always past noon. Turkish cargo, flight 6369, arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. Usually the flight time would be around 3 hours. Today this flight, 2 hours and 42 minutes. So either it took a shortcut or it must have had tailwind. I suspect the latter. You're right, Roy. In the afternoon and early evening, the big Asian wide bodies are coming in. That's right. I've had a look. A lot of them, unfortunately, seem to be landing at the center runway. Hey, that's nice. Wolfgang says that KLM flight 1706 looks like a Polderbaan landing 6 minutes out. Arjan Prins is on board. Now, he said in the chat that he wasn't able to secure a window seat, so let's see if maybe he did manage to secure one. The police over here patrolling, and they're also in the sky, I think. Yep, the airborne colleagues. The airborne colleagues and the ground colleagues. And this is the Peter Pan Transavia, I think. There can only be one with such a funny nose cone. It's a striking livery. You immediately recognize it as the Peter Pan. I don't think it's particularly pretty, but it is. It's striking. Just like the caterpillar. Oh, crap! That was Russell. Russell and his mates flying overhead. Yeah, indeed, Frank, I saw it. Apparently there was a drone sighted in the vicinity of Schiphol earlier today. Temporarily closed runway 18 right, the Polderbaan. Bobbers, good afternoon, welcome back. I sure hope, Ray, I sure hope he was able to switch seats. Would be nice if Arjan were to land here and we would be able to see him. If he were to be able to shine the light. In the meantime, it's getting darker and darker here. Then again, I also see some rays of light shining through the clouds. There it is. Hey Philip, good afternoon. E2 Embraer 195 KLM arriving from Inverness in Scotland. There's a beautiful carrying cabin in the back, as you can see. And the airplane is 9 months pregnant by the looks of it. Yeah, I've said it before, I'll say it again. There are airplane types where that part where the wing, is there a name for it? That part that protrudes so much, where the main gear goes into the fuselage and where the wings are attached. It must have a certain name. I don't know what it is, but that On some airplane types it's really protruding. On the E2s it's protruding. On the A330s it's extremely protruding. If you compare that with a 777 or with an A350, it is much less apparent. It's much better hidden in the overall shape of the airplane. That looks so much better. I think that's one of the major downsides aesthetically of the E2 Embraers. That bulging belly. A330 has that as well. Wheel well. Yeah, is it just the wheel well? Because obviously it's also the point where the wings attach to the fuselage. Is that also still called the wheel well? Wing box. Well, there you go. On some airplane types the wing box looks very hideous and protruding, and on others it looks so much better. Hey there, Becca. Becca is wishing us good morning from the Sonoran Desert. Must say I prefer your stream to my local any day. Well, thank you so much for your kind words, Becca, and welcome to the channel. Nice of you to say hi. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It's not mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated. Reversers being applied there. Adriana, groetjes. Don't you tell me if I should or shouldn't be fat shaming, Lisa. Whatever, I do what I want. Big picture overview. Looking to the north, it looks like so. This is what the east is looking like. This is what things look like to the south. This is what things look like to the west. Doesn't seem to be getting any sunnier at all. Stable shit. That's what I would call it today. The weather is stably shit. Next up, KLM flight 1202, arriving from Oslo, and Embraer 175. Verdoubt says, wing box is where you sit if you have a screaming baby. Is that so? Is that where they'll put you then? Coffee. Come to think of it, I can also throw in some whiskey with my coffee. Nah. Hey Klaus, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Ooh, gentle. Check it out. For a moment I thought maybe we were witnessing Captain Wheelie again. Thus far the longest wheelie in the show has been that KLM 737. Good Sunday morning to Gregory, tuning in from Australia. Welcome back, one and all. Paul, goedemiddag. Paul Wieman is greeting us from Matera in Italy. Where in Italy is that? Is that in the north? Or is that in the... more in the center? I don't think I've ever heard of that place before. Phone screen is dimming because of the ambient low brightness. Let me see if I can manually override it and turn it up a little. How's the screen brightness and white balance for you guys? I've added a quarter stop for the brightness, and I've switched the white balance from 5000 to 5200. things are getting too blue or too dim, let me know. For instance, if I add another quarter stop and go for half a stop of exposure compensation, this is what things would look like. Is half a stop better than the quarter stop it was on already? What do you guys think? This was KLM flight 1934, having arrived from Geneva in Switzerland. And another butt shot. Here we go. Can't see through those, not so much see-through engines as well as with the E2 Embraers. Good afternoon, Stan, who is tuning in from Kostitz in Spain. Right. Half a stop of exposure compensation or back to a quarter stop. This is back to a quarter stop where I've had it on from more or less the beginning. Alright, so Ariane's flight is next. KLM flight 1706 arriving from Brussels. Embraer 175. Ariane Prince is on board. The question is, will he be able to shine the light from a window seat, or is he stuck with the seat he already had and mentioned earlier, namely an aisle seat? Did he mention where he was seated, in the front or in the back? Well, we'll see it soon enough. If anybody is shining the light, we ought to be able to see it. And the answer is, there isn't anybody shining a light. Unfortunately for us, but Ariane has landed, not having been able to shine the light to us. Had he used Wolfgang's light, we would have been blinded by now. Ah, that was such a bright light. Alright, the center wing box. Thank you, Christian. So the center wing box, on some airplane types it looks horrible, on others it looks better. Is that the police shining their lights to me? I think it is. Yep, that most certainly is. And they're standing next to a Toyota. Old type. Someone to leave, or not sure. Even able to make out the license plate. That's what you get if the weather is relatively cool. Had it been a tad warmer, the heat wave distortion would have made that impossible. It looked pixelated because I was using a lot of digital zoom, but it's still feasible, just like how it is feasible to look into the cockpit. This is the top end of optical zoom. Use moderate digital zoom, and you can bring in bring out more details. Now, I am seeing a patch of blue sky over there, and looking around. Oh, there's also a bit over there, directly east. The rest of the place here looks pretty grim and pretty dark. It's 10 past 4 p.m. local time, and I think Polderbaan has once again become the only runway in use for arrivals. Mr. Blue Sky, yeah, indeed, that was him. No, but looking on flight radar, you can see airplanes arriving from the east, and they are all seemingly being directed to this runway. So I'm thinking they closed the center runway a bit early. If all is well, until 6:20, so just over 2 hours from now, everything should be coming to the Polderbaan, the runway we are standing next to. Everything inbound, that is. KLM flight 1922, returning from Zurich. Where's the next wide body? Let's see if we can spot one. I do see a Turkish A330 over Germany. Is that the first wide body? I think it might be. Oh man. Hey, 2 airplane glide slope shot. What? We have number 190 arriving from Newcastle here in the foreground, KLM flight 958 and KLM flight 1756 behind it, 737 arriving from Hamburg. Also a patch of blue sky in Leiden, Philip says. There you go. Every now and then it looks like it might get a little bit more open, and then things close again. KLM flight 958 arriving from Newcastle. Papa Hotel, Echo, Zulu Echo, Fiji come, Fiji go. Hey, Global X in the glide slope, 3rd to land, thank you Wolfgang. All blue Global X probably. Butt shot time. Here we go. Hamburg, indeed. Indeed, indeed. That's the next airplane. Arriving from Hamburg. Here we go, KLM flight 1756 arriving from Hamburg. Papa Hotel, Bravo, Golf, India. 41 minutes on the way. The airplane is 15 years old. Its first flight was in January 2010. And Chris Nichols, renewing his membership, just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member again. Thank you for renewing your membership. We kept your seat warm. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you. I'll happily show you the way in case things may have changed in the lounge in the meantime. 737-700, no cabin equipped. It's eerily calm in the water as well, hardly any waves. But also hardly any wildlife. I'm not seeing any birds at the moment, nor have I seen any other than Chris Coot. No, Gary Grebe and little Griebling. Hey Peter, good afternoon. Peter is tuning in from Johannesburg, South Africa. And Roy, what are you doing, mate? Roy van Kant just now gifted 5 memberships. You didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity and doing it anyway. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, new members. If you are one of the 5 recipients of Roy's gifted memberships, make sure to have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. Don't forget to say thank you for the gifted membership and have fun with the custom emojis, guys. Roy, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. And welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Now, our latest Aurora Skylines member is Cole Appelman, who just now became a member of his own. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines and thank you for the support, Cole. Hope you'll like it in the lounge. You now have 34 custom emojis at your disposal. Make sure to use them. Spamming is not allowed, but if you are a member, you can always use custom emojis whenever you want. TUI flight 3128 arrived from Izmir in Turkey. Global X. There are several Global X airplanes flying around. One of them is completely blue, the other is like this. We've all seen them once or twice before already. They do visit the Netherlands every now and then, but not very regularly. They aren't a regular occurrence here. In the meantime, this is what it looks like looking to the southwest. And over there, it is opening up even more. Now, the sun looking at the rays is probably already somewhere over there in the sky, which means that the sun will not shine here anytime soon. But have a look, isn't this beautiful? Transavia having arrived from Kalamata in Greece. Hometown of Georgios, if I'm not mistaken. Hey there Marco. And hey there Ewald, good afternoon. Chris also back in the chat, good to see ya. Dustin, good afternoon. Welcome to the show everybody, guys. It's interesting, the weather, looking around. Now the northwest is looking darkest. This is looking directly to the north. This is directly to the east, southeast, south, and southwest. Interesting to see how what the sky looks like and how it develops. So it's definitely opening up a little bit right now. A bit brighter than at least it has been before. Next up, KLM flight 1646, arriving from Genoa. Papa Hotel, Echo X-Ray, India. 1 hour 37 minutes to flight time. And 9 years old already, first flight July 2016. EasyJet arriving from Prestonchester next after this. How many wide bodies have we seen now? And it's almost, it's 4:20. Means we've been streaming for almost 1.5 hours. Maybe 1 or 2 wide bodies that we've seen. And I think the majority of them went, well, 2 or 3, including the 747. The majority of the wide bodies that we've seen went to the wrong runway. Chris says that the weather looks a lot better than I have, looks a lot like I have in Blackpool. That's almost always the case, isn't it? That we have similar weather. Oftentimes when we have shitty weather, the UK has that as well, and vice versa. Now it should get a bit more sunny, or at least that's what was expected for later in the day. Now, don't know when it's going to arrive, that more sunny weather, but if it doesn't hurry up, the sun will have set already. Hey, German Monster, also back in the chat. So warm and sunny over here in Berlin. Over here it's so cool and not sunny. "83 minutes," Hans reports. Slow day as well, not even 400 viewers. Crappy weather in DC as well, Michael says. Better views where I am, Chris says. Well, if I could, I would send all this weather to you. If it'll improve your day. I do like how those rays of sunshine are shining between the clouds and are also giving shades. What's it called in Dutch? Johannes something, I thought. It does have a certain name. It's also nice, you can see how, for instance, and why not, the church over there is illuminated. Here we are standing in the shade, you're talking, you're listening to a shady figure. But over there, you can see Jesus is providing some sunshine to that church. And this is EasyJet having arrived from Larnaca. Well, there's outbound traffic coming this way, but they're already flying above the clouds, so we cannot hear them. Next up, KLM flight 1632, arriving from Venice. 1 hour 22 minutes away, the Papa Hotel, Bravo X-ray uniform. Yeah, I'm hearing the airplane overhead, outbound, not seeing anything. KLM flight 1632, arriving from Venice. 1 hour and 23 minutes ago, it left from Venice. The Papa Hotel, Bravo X-ray uniform. Kevin, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Windmills in the background are hardly spinning. There's hardly any wind here today. Nice 737 with a spacious carrying cabin in the back. So there's definitely a big opening in the sky over here. Unfortunately, the sun is already further over there. And what movement is the cloud making? It's hard to gauge. If anything, I'm inclined to say that this cloud is moving this way. So unless it opens up further, I don't think it's going to result in any sunshine immediately in the short run. Next up, TUI arriving from Gran Canaria, 737 MAX 8, the Papa Hotel, Tango, Foxtrot, November. TUI flight 1640, 6-year-old airplane, first flight November 2018. Next after that, KLM flight 1356 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic, 737-800. Air France after that, Austrian after that. Good day, Pierre. Oh, that was a splashy from the fish. Stuck between using fingerless gloves and not using fingerless gloves. My hands at least often get cold relatively quickly. In the background you can see they are still working on reinforcing the dikes, now on the other side of the runway area. Means there's no more sand in the way on this side of the platform area, but when you see the airplanes coming or going to the main platform area, visibility is hindered by the piles of sand. Good afternoon to Martin and to Sarvesh. And in the meantime, yo bro, Lisa celebrating her 15-month membership anniversary. 15 months already, crazy shit bro. Yo bro, thank you so much for the support bro. Hey, and if anything is amiss in the lounge, I want to know. Let me know, Lisa. You know how to reach me, I think. Right, well, I was wrong by the looks of it. It's looking like those clouds are actually drifting to the west or something, or if they are dissolving, I don't know. But if you can see, they are drifting a bit further west, and I think it might even start to get sunny here if we are patient enough. For how long remains to be seen. But now it's looking like things are improving slowly but surely. Buy me more jewelry! We'll get you a nice bracelet that can fit around your ankle so that we can firmly attach it to you and to the kitchen sink. Hey, Team Eccles are back in the chat. Good afternoon. Austrian in a retro livery today. Nice. Let's have a look, Wolfgang. Austrian flight 373 is the next arrival from Vienna. And it is the retro. How good does that look? It doesn't seem to have a boop the snoot snooty. Indeed, Ray, tracking chip included in case she escapes. You never know. Austrian Airlines in the retro livery, flight 373, 1 hour and 22 minutes on the way. It's the OELBO, Lima Bravo Oscar. 27-year-old airplane, first flight December 1997. 1997. I know there's something up with that year. What was it again? Hey. Retro Austrian, looking nice. It's in the Latvian flag livery, as you can see. This is the flag of Latvia. I like it that Austrian and Air Baltic have special liveries of each of their flags. The sun is about to shine. You can see it already over there. It's happening. It's actually happening. The sun not too far away from being in open sky here. My winter parka might get too warm actually. We'll have to start wearing the t-shirt only. What? Hey Diana, good afternoon. Welcome to the show everybody else who may have joined. You're watching Amos Live, my name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, runway 18 right. At the moment the only runway for inbound traffic, and that's expected to be there until, to be the case until approximately 6:20. Now there's a Turkish Max 8 arriving from Istanbul, and behind it a Turkish A330 also arriving from Istanbul. In the meantime, Russell Crowe over there. What's he chewing on? Corn! He found him some corn! Ah, yum 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 yum. Russell Crowe eating away at a piece of corn. He must have gotten that out of the now harvested cornfield that was further up the cycling path. One of the fields further to the north, behind the excrement pipes, was a cornfield, and I'm thinking, since they've harvested it, they must have left some corn in the field. Mikey the Bloody Magpie and his mate are eating the remnants, and they're wondering, hey, where did Russell go to? And he dropped the corn. Where did I see him? To the right. There he is. He's over there. Russell Crowe having a field day. Literally and figuratively. Eating some corn. Well, the sun is out. Starting to get warm here. What? What's it look like right now? Now looking to the east, this is what it looks like. This is what looking to the south looks like. And this is the west. This is the northwest. Turkish Max 8 having landed here. Look at the gloomy backdrop. The darkness in the background. Wow. Another Turkish next after this. This was Turkish flight 1961. Turkish flight 1953 will be next to land on the Polderbaan. An A330-300. This was a Max 8 737. Nice butt shot to boot. Hey there, Grover. Is it Groover or Grover? Let's turn around. Turkish flight 1953 will be next. So yeah, the sun is shining. I'm hearing an airplane that is approaching. It's still hazy. It's still hazy. If you look at the road where the cars are driving. There's an airplane coming this way. It's flying somewhere over there. I'm struggling to find it. I can hear it, though I'm unable to see it. What I am able to see, though, is the Turkish A330 over there. Turkish Airlines flight 1953, arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. 2 hours 49 minutes on the way. The TC-JNS Juliet November Sierra. Hey, interesting, buffering. Nothing here on my end. Short buffer, okay. So even the normal latency setting is not fully buffer proof. There you go. Ari informing us that it was schip KLM EMS to Aalborg. That passed overhead just now. audible but not yet visible. Turkish Airlines flight 1953. Nominal flight duration 2 hours and 50 minutes, usually around 3 hours. The airplane 11 years old, first flight October 2013. How are the white balance and the brightness settings for you guys? Maybe we need to go back to zero exposure compensation. That would be this. It was on plus a quarter stop. We're still at a bit warmer color balance than I normally would have it on. Now there was an airplane that took off to Aalborg just now and one returning from Aalborg here as well. German Airways on behalf of KLM, flight 1286. Embraer 190 long range, an hour and a minute underway. Dossi. Delta Alpha Whiskey Sierra India is the registration. The airplane is 18 years old. Its first flight was in 2007 somewhere. Month not specified on flight radar. Chris says settings are bang on. Well, I've reduced the exposure compensation now back to the normal exposure. It was at plus a quarter stop, but with the sun shining on the airplanes now from behind, I don't think that is necessary. And Philip, it is just as quiet at the Polderbaan as it is in the chat. Not sure what's going on. Probably people are doing other things. Doesn't look like streaming at a different time is conducive to bringing in new viewers. Might well just stick with the morning streams. What a contrast. Have a look at the bright airplane and that incredibly dark background. Looks so gloomy. Now, folks, well, it's not going to rain out of those clouds, but it makes for a very dramatic contrast. Next up, KLM flight 1580 arriving from Lisbon, 737-700. Let's see, it's 4:40, and there are a few bigger airplanes approaching slowly but surely, such as Kuwait and Qatar arriving from the east. And Kenya Airways is also arriving, turning final. What a contrast, eh? How's the white balance? Is it balanced? Hey boy, goedemiddag. Are you working today? Yeah, Olaf, I agree. Lights over here are better in the afternoon. Then again, if nobody is watching, it's no good, is it? Yeah, but Martin, it's not going to rain. It's just very dramatic cloud. It looks dramatic, but it shouldn't be containing any rain. But it's still interesting to see it's so incredibly dark. It must be a very dense layer of clouds. EasyJet flight 22167 is arriving from Persenchester. After that, KLM flight 1010 arriving from London Heathrow. And after that, the first wide body in a while, Kenya Airways arriving from Nairobi, which is the capital of Kenya, which of course is a country in Africa. Before that, we are first going to see this EasyJet arriving from Persenchester. Flight 22167, 51 minutes away. The gas PD, Golf Echo Zulu Papa Delta. Oh, the clouds are obscuring the sunshine again. And this is the Paul Domingo. Who's Paul Domingo, or who was Paul Domingo? Doesn't ring a bell. Time for another butt shot. It was short-lived. Now this, I think, is going to drift over in front of the sun. So I don't think it's going to get sunny again anytime soon. If I'll need to use additional exposure compensation, let me know. It might turn dark again pretty soon. Hey Alex, good afternoon. Welcome back, mate. E2 Embraer having arrived from London Heathrow. KLM flight 1010. No carry cabin on this airplane. Ah, apparently a conductor. Didn't know that, Kevin. Thanks for looking into that. Hey, that is nice, Roy. So she's retiring, and also a nice pin. What does that pin look like then? First wide body in a while. Kenya Airways flight 116 arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, which of course is in Africa. And this is the 5 Yankee Kilo Zulu Echo. About to touch down after nearly 9 hours of flight. 8 hours 56 minutes according to flight radar. Nice. Golden pin of the KLM logo. 20,000 hours, that's a lot. Next up, ITA. ITA Airways flight 110 arriving from Rome. There it is. There's also a twinkling behind it. And that is a jet arriving from Istanbul as well, A321neo. Max 8 after that, arriving from Antalya. Narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies. Yeah, the wide bodies are arriving from the east. And there are two coming. A Kuwaiti A330neo. And a triple from Qatar. It's a pity that the sun isn't shining fully. That makes this awesome livery stand out even more. And this is the EHAM. The iHoney. And we can see through the see-through engines a little as well. The sun, we saw it for a few moments. I think the moment has passed and I think it's back to the shady business that we were conducting here already since the get-go of the stream of today's show. Here we have a jet arriving from Istanbul in Turkey. 3 hours and 6 minutes the flight time. Ballpark nominal. Usually 3 hours for the journey. So 6 minutes. In addition to that, seems ballpark nominal to me. A321neo, the TC LTU. Two-year-old airplane, first flight April 2023. And again, butt shot time. How's the brightness? This is standard. And this is plus a quarter stop of exposure compensation. So this is plus a quarter stop. Is that too much? Is that better? Is it worse? You want me to go back to the standard setting? TUI flight 3022 arriving from Antalya. Max 8, 737. 3 hours 46 minutes the flight time. Papa Hotel. Tango, Foxtrot, Tango. Hey, and Jörg is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Right. A last encore of the sun. Rah, rah, rah. That's Russell Crowe, who also came over to say hi. He's still continuing over there. Philip says too much. Michael says looks good. So which one is it? Plus a quarter stop or back to standard. Plus a quarter stop. Back to standard. Back to standard. Back to standard it is. KLM A321neo arriving from Athens, 2 hours 54 minutes on the way. Nominal flight duration, flight 1954. Hey Ilona, good afternoon. Sunny Zwolle, rub it in, why don't you? Yeah, we're done with the sun over here. No more sun. It's done. It's a done deal. It's over and out. This is what it is looking like over here. This is the north, the west, the east, and the south. Next up, Royal Air Maroc, arriving from Casablanca, which of course is in Morocco, which is in the north of Africa. Flight time 3 hours precisely. The Charlie November, Romeo Oscar uniform. Hadi Hans, goedemiddag. Now, are we allowed to see this? Is this haram or halal? We're going to see a butt shot of Royal Air Maroc. And I'm not sure if I'm allowed to show you. Is that in violation of the rules? Maybe, maybe cut to black. Max 8, TUI 737, next. Arriving from Heraklion in Greece. Heraklion, that's on Crete, isn't it? I think it is. Flight time 3 hours and 17 minutes. This is the Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot uniform. 4-year-old airplane, first flight June 2021. That's one way to look at it, Wolfgang. Not your fault when she puts her butt in your face. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. Yeah, and meanwhile, in the water things are still calm as what? You know what? Although, no. For a moment I thought, were those birds? But they're not. There's a few people over there on the cycling path. A few are sitting over there. There's a family with young children at the beginning. And behind those people on the cycling path, you can also still see people standing at the fence of the Spottersplatz itself. Over here we have a field of beets, still not harvested. There was a field of corn further up ahead, which they did harvest a while back. Slowly but surely things are getting a bit more dark again. If it gets too dark, let me know. To me it looks a bit dark. Again, exposure compensation plus a quarter. That would be like this. Oh no, people, indeed. Hey, Arjan. Arjan was able to see me. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see you. This is back to the standard exposure compensation. Back-to-back wide bodies coming up next. Kuwait Airways, flight 127 arriving from Kiwi. KWI. What is that? Kuwait Airways arriving from KWI. Ah, Kuwait City. Interesting. Never would have thought that Kuwait Airways would be flying in from Kuwait City. That's probably in Kuwait, isn't it? I had a hunch. Flight time of this A330-800 is 5 hours and 40 minutes. The 9 Kilo Alpha Papa Hotel. 4-year-old airplane. First flight August 2021. And over there, Qatar. Qatar arriving from Doha. 777 freighter. Back-to-back wide bodies. Been a while. Not a lot of wide bodies arriving in the afternoon. Kuwaiti A330neo, an 800. 4 years old already. First flight August 2021. So this is a Kauai airplane. Not Kauai, but Kauai. Will it get loud? That's the question. Let's find out. Check it out. A330neo butt shot. Hey Valentijn, goedemiddag kerel. I don't think they were talking about me, mate. Qatar will be next, arriving from Doha. Will we get a butt shot from it as well? That's the question. Qatar Cargo, flight 8150, arriving from Doha. There it is. 777 freighter, 6 hours and 6 minutes on the way. Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot India is the registration. Jan, goedemiddag. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at a very desolate Polderbaan, where it's quiet, but also very gloomy. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the south. This is looking to the west. A few rays of sunshine seeping through the clouds. Waiting desperately for more wide bodies. Finnair is coming. Finnair with an A350 has entered Dutch airspace. That's nice. China Eastern also arriving from Shanghai and about to enter the Dutch airspace. Air Europa is arriving from Madrid with a Dreamliner. So finally a little bit more action other than the incessant stream of narrow bodies that we've seen thus far. Mikey the bloody magpie over here. Sitting on the throne of Russell. But yeah, if the cat's away, he's just sitting there and relaxing. To the north, there is also an opening in the sky, in the clouds. Does that necessarily mean glide slope visibility is good? No. But at least we can see something. The airplane we're now looking at is TAP Air Portugal flight 670, arriving from Lisbon. And indeed, Xiamen Air is also approaching. One of the airplanes, one of the wide bodies arriving from the east. It's 5 o'clock and in an hour and 20 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, it should be going back to parallel arrivals. For now, everything inbound is going to land on the Polderbaan. At the moment, the only runway open for arrivals, but usually around 6:20, parallel arrivals once again commence. Unfortunately, that means that a lot of the interesting airplanes arriving from the east are going to land on the center runway. One of them is Emirates Flight 149, the second A380 of the day that is arriving from Dubai. If we look on flight radar right now, we can see where it is in the sky over the Black Sea, and still 2 hours and 42 minutes on the way, estimated to land here around 7:45. The Orange Pride is on its way to Accra. That's not going to get back anytime soon. No 747s or anything. Saturdays in that respect have become quite lame lately. Looking at what is in the sky else. You can see over here quite a few airplanes are still headed for Schiphol. Quite a few of them are wide bodies. Now everything arriving after 6:20 is going to land on the center runway, and this already has an ETA of 6:44, so all these airplanes you see will feature in today's show, but they will unfortunately land on the wrong runway from what it looks like right now, unless of course runway use is going to be different from what it normally would be. But usually from 6:20 until I believe 8:20 it's parallel arrivals on days like today, where they are landing from the north. TAP Air Portugal, 2 hours 28 minutes. Now touching down here, having arrived from Lisbon. The CSTVB, Tango Victor Bravo. Greg, good afternoon and welcome back. Frans, goedemiddag. Jelle, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the gloomy Schiphol Airport along the Polderbaan runway, one-eyed right. At the moment, still one runway open for arrivals, and that is this one. The next airplane arriving here should be an A220. There it is. The lights not yet on, and now the lights are coming on. The gear was extending as I was zooming into the airplane. Wait, no, I said an A220, didn't I? This is of course an Embraer 190. Was looking at the wrong airplane. KLM flight 1678, arriving from Naples. Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Lima. 2 hours and 2 minutes on the way. The airplane 15 years old, first flight January 2010. So, Embraer 190, Bombardier C-Series 300, E2 Embraer 195, and then A320 are the next 4 airplanes. Hardly any wind, Hardly any noises as well. And indeed, Michael, one of the landing lights seems to be out. The right one. How's the brightness for you guys? This is the standard exposure. And I can also put in a quarter stop of exposure compensation, and that would give you this. Makes it a bit brighter. The question is it too bright for you guys? Clemencia has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Clemencia. Hopefully see you again later. Plus a quarter. We're back to standard. You guys let me know what you want, what you prefer. Menno, good afternoon. Welcome everybody else who may have joined. Next up is an E2 Embraer 195. Air France flight 1840 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. 44 minutes on the way. The Verhappend. Foxtrot Hotel Papa, November Tango. Brand new airplane, first flight July this year. Hey Jetstream Journeys, good afternoon. That is indeed the plan. Kevin says a quarter stop. That would be this. This is plus a quarter stop. Ilona says standard settings. Hey Adrie, goedemiddag. This is plus a quarter. And this is back to standard. It's like you're at the optician. This glass or this glass? This one or that one? Hey Liewe, goedemiddag. Geese. Group over there. And another group over there. From the 8-20, we go to the E2 Embraer. Helvetic Airways, E2 Embraer 195, having arrived from Zurich, a flight which lasted an hour and 5 minutes. And another butt shot. Now, opportunity to see through those see-through engines. Hey Jos, goedemiddag. Now, I haven't seen anything. It already happened well before I arrived here today. I started streaming here at 3. I think the warning for the drone was around noon or something. So I didn't see a thing. I did see the notification on Bezoekbas of updated runway use. That's it. Hey Rinaldo, goedemiddag. Shamrock, arriving from Dublin, Ireland, flight 608. How many times a day does Aer Lingus fly up and down to Amsterdam from Dublin? Think this must be the third Aer Lingus in today's show already. Right, it looks like the wide bodies are going to follow after this landing, but Air Europa is still flying downwind off the coast. And Finnair is in the vicinity of Hoorn, also still 10 minutes, well, 5 to 10 minutes out or something. Well, Liwa, this morning the weather was somewhat shitty, and I thought it might be a good idea to diversify the streaming hours a little. Still not sure about that because we haven't had so few viewers in a long time. So I'm thinking maybe I should just stick with the regular streaming hours. But I was hoping. The TAF was indicating that it should be more sunny this afternoon, so I figured let's go out and go for the afternoon. Not sure if it was a good idea though. Three wide bodies are approaching. Air Europa has turned base. And I'm looking over the camera to my left to see if I can spot it. The difficulty is, I think it's still too high. Air Europa, it should be somewhere out there. But I think that the clouds are in the way right now. The clouds are in the way. I, for one, am not seeing the Air Europa Dreamliner. I think if it had flown below the ceiling, it would have been easily spottable. If that's a word. Making words up on the fly. Lovely lighting, looking to the left, to the west. This is what it currently looks like. Evening light, or late afternoon light, still technically speaking afternoon. Oh, don't see the Air Europa airplane, but I am seeing this, a beautiful murmuration. Are these sparrows? They probably are, aren't they? Hey Gabriel, good evening. All right. Not flying in close formation anymore. Let's see. Air Europa is now turning final, which on paper should make it more easily visible if it has its landing lights on, which it seems to have, because now we can see it. Yeah, that would not have been visible while it was flying down on the base leg. Definitely wouldn't have been able to see that. Yeah, you're right, Michael. Those on the East Coast appreciate the later stream, even with the lack of wide bodies. Yeah, I'm still unsure. I definitely am struggling a little bit with motivation after the NATO summit and the decline of the channel. It's very, very disappointing if you do your best and after such an event everything goes to shit. The thing is that the wide bodies arriving from the east in the evening rush hour, if you see what's coming in, all interesting airplanes, but most of them, the majority of them, will go to the secondary runway. The benefit of going out in the morning hours not only is that there's a lot of traffic coming in from the United States, so westbound runway, in other words, Polderbaan, regardless of runway use. It's more wide bodies, and it's also more to the runway you're standing next to. Still an eternal pity that P3 is off limits. In the meantime, Ronald, who's thinking he's watching the morning stream. Yeah, no, this is live, mate. This is live. This morning the weather was even worse. Although the TAF was indicating that the weather was supposed to get more open and it was supposed to get more sunny in the afternoon, it never materialized, unfortunately. Alright, now one more narrow body and then it is time for the wide bodies. First up, an EasyJet A319, and you can already see Finnair in the background. Finnair with an A350. Beautiful machine, beautiful livery, one of the prettiest airplanes out there right now. First up, EasyJet flight 27886, arriving from Alicante. A319, the OE LQZ. 2 hours and 21 minutes on the way. First flight 18 years ago, March 2007. Means that this is old enough to vote, this airplane. Also old enough to get its driver's license. Finnair A350, after that it's Vueling, and next after that we are going to see China Eastern 777 arriving from Shanghai in China. Then another Pegasus. And then a break by the looks of it. There are airplanes arriving from the northeast and from the southwest. It seems like there's a little pause in the flow after Pegasus. Now, is the lighting still okay? This is standard and this is plus a quarter. Standard and plus a quarter. Back to standard. Alright, Finnair, flight 1305. And by the looks of it, it has had a nose job, or has it? Oh no. For a moment I thought the nose cone looked a bit different. Plus a quarter. Plus a quarter. There you go, plus a quarter. One hour and 58 minutes the flight has lasted. That is a very typical flight duration between Helsinki and Amsterdam. Hey Nienke, goedemiddag. Next up, fueling, wheeling, whatever you want to call it. But it's going to be next. Flight 8306, A320neo, 2 hours underway. And this is the ECNBA, Easy NBA. Hey there Max, good afternoon. Vaguely visible already. 777-300 arriving from Shanghai, China Eastern. The obvious question is, will it use its reversers? Will it get loud? Looks like the light on the right is a bit more yellow, has a different warmth than the light on the left and in the nose wheel. Not sure if that is on purpose or just a coincidence. The ECNBA has landed. China Eastern Airlines flight 771 is up next, arriving from Shanghai in China. 10 hours and 35 minutes the flight has lasted. It's the Bravo 2001. This particular 777-300, I should say, is 11 years old. First flight August 2014. After that, Pegasus, and after that, we'll have to wait a few minutes. I do see that Xiamen is approaching, and before it, China Southern, an A350, also coming this way. All right. Hey Daniel, good afternoon. Don't you pronounce Welling as Welling? Welling, wheeling, fueling. Opinions differ. I've heard many variations. It's so calm you can even see the reflection of the airplane in the water. Nice detail, the cargo cabin. PU. Ew, that's hideous. Those inner flaps on both sides, ugly AF. Nasty. I do like that they have a separate color for the carrying cabin. That is a nice touch. And center has definitely been open. In fact, it's going to open up again in 15 minutes from now, if all is well. Or not well. Dirty, dirty, dirty airplane. But it used its reversers. It was loud. Louder than any of the other airplanes that we've seen thus far. And I like the touch. The carrying cabin, separate color. Ray says it needs a good wipe. A bit more than that, I would say. They should put it through the car wash that KLM apparently has for their wide bodies. Their flap surfaces are almost always immaculate. Is that... yeah. Mikey, the bloody magpie over there. He's sitting over there, relaxing, enjoying the view. Pegasus is next, flight 1257, arriving from Istanbul, A321neo. Duckman has to go. See you later, buddy. Eet smakelijk. Bon appetit. See you again soon. Pegasus flight 1257 having arrived from Istanbul. 3 hours. Exactly the flight time. That is exactly the average flight duration from Istanbul to Amsterdam. Same for Athens. One of those 3-hour destinations. So you have Brussels and you have Düsseldorf. Those are 25 to 30 minute destinations from Amsterdam. Then you have the 45-minute destinations. Luxembourg, London. Paris also. Then you have the 1-hour destinations. Dublin, Berlin, Copenhagen. 2-hour destinations. Madrid, sometimes Barcelona, usually a little less. Madrid, around 2 hours. Helsinki, 3-hour destinations. Athens, Istanbul. Quite a lot of birds over there as well. Hard to gauge whether they are closer by. I think they are. Ilona has to go. Terrible migraine. That sucks. You better sleep it off then. At least thanks for stopping by, Ilona. Hey Thijs, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. Hey, Alex Bon also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. You can see it's not sunny. There's not a lot of radiation, heat wave distortion. Even though it looks pixelated, we can still see and read the livery clearly. Even though this is the top end of my optical zoom, which equates roughly to 600 millimeters full frame equivalent. And going all the way to 400 times digital zoom, that would be this. Livery still legible. Silver lining of weather like today. In the meantime, Alex Baum just now went ahead and he gifted 5 memberships. Mate, you really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for your generosity. That is amazing. Marcel, KLM Boy, Gremlin, Sebas, Bradley, the recipients of the gifted memberships of Alex Bon. Welcome to the Skylines, lads. Don't forget to say thank you to Alex for the gifted membership, or Dankeschön. Have fun with the custom emojis. That goes for all members, new and old. Whether you got gifted your membership or if you bought it yourself, doesn't matter. 34 custom emojis at your disposal, and make sure to use them. They're there to be had fun with. Please do so. Alex, thank you once again for your generosity, and welcome to the Skylines new members. The next airplane is flying downwind somewhere over the North Sea or Gulf of Yorkshire coast. Over there, but hard to see. I don't think it's anywhere in the vicinity. Vueling flight 2901, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. And from there, in the vicinity of Hoorn, also out of our view, is KLM flight 1274, arriving from Copenhagen. Elurk, good afternoon. Barbara, good afternoon. Stefan asks, Vueling coming, is that special livery? No, it's not. It's not. The back part of the livery is level, which, if I am not mistaken, is a company that Vueling took over or merged with or something to that effect. So it's not so much a special livery, but it's a hybrid livery. Half Vueling, the front is Vueling, the back part is level. Hey Dolph, good afternoon. And I don't think I am the channel that was in the news, because when that drone incident happened here, I wasn't around. It's quiet here, but I'm not completely alone. There's people, and have been people here all the while. So there's somebody sitting on the bench. We have some pedestrians on the cycling path. A guy with a fat bike over there. Some folk on the bridge. And by the looks of it, still quite a few people at the Spottersplatz parking lot itself. When I arrived there, it was pretty busy, as it almost always is on weekend days whenever the weather is decently dry. That's typical the Netherlands for you. Lots of families with young children. See it as a day out to go to the Polderbaan either on a Saturday or on a Sunday to do some plane spotting. The next airplane should become visible pretty soon. It's Vueling, arriving from Palma de Mallorca, which is turning final right now further north. Haven't been able to see it on the on the base leg, but it is turning final. Stephen also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Jörg has to go again. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Yeah, you're right, Stephen. Grass on the dike banks. They've, I think they've sown as well. As you can, well, let me go to autofocus so that we can focus sharply on the grass. Grass seeds have been sown here, and you can see the dike is already starting to look somewhat greener than a week ago. Give it a few showers and it'll be bushy and green before you know it. Alright, let's see. Narrowbodies, two narrowbodies. China Southern and Xiamen have arrived in the east of the Netherlands. For now, it looks like those are the only two wide bodies in the immediate vicinity. Yeah. Vueling flight 2901, arriving from Palma de Mallorca, hybrid livery, port Vueling, port level. If you are thinking I'm hearing geese, that's because they are flying right overhead, making that typical geese, how do you call that, gawking? That's Russell Crowe. That's a different type of bird that you were hearing. Alrighty, here it is. 2 hours and 13 minutes on the way to get here from Palma de Mallorca, the ECKDT, Kilo Delta Tango, an 18-year-old A320. First flight was in May 2007. Oh! Now I did see that the bird control van was in the vicinity. Not a moment too soon, because there's quite a big flock of birds a bit to the north, as you guys could see. Come on, mate, do your thing. You're getting paid to chase those birds away. Make sure that you do. They did look to be awfully close to the airplane. Jay is flabbergasted and wonders what's going on. You are streaming when normal people are awake. Yeah. And I guess that was a mistake. You live, you learn. Now, this morning the weather was even more foggy than it still is today, or than it is right now. It was set to become better in the afternoon, so that's why I figured let's go out in the afternoon. Plus, diversifying the streaming hours might lead to new audiences. Now, I'm not sure about the latter. Highly doubtful, actually, about the latter, but the weather hasn't improved significantly from what it was this morning. Visibility is still iffy. Bit nebulous, definitely cloudy. It's not going to rain. We have seen some dramatic backdrops earlier when the sun was shining. But yeah. There's also traffic coming in at Schiphol at different times of day, and you're now able to see it. In the morning hours, for instance, these types of E2 Embraer 195s you hardly ever see. These are really rarities that only come out in the afternoon. Right, now, where's the next airplane? What the fudge? Looks like Transavia A321neo arriving from Bari is the next airplane. Flying north of Purmerend, which is in the vicinity of the scale of chimney smoke visually, a bit further back. But Purmerend is somewhere in the distance behind the scale of chimney smoke, which was visible way better earlier in the show than it is right now. Hey, Alex Silva is tuning in from South America. Good morning, mate. This is what the sky to the west is looking like. Pretty open. We did have a few moments of sunshine here, but it was short-lived, unfortunately. Falls well, tomorrow should be better, but yeah, that's what they also said this morning about what this afternoon was going to be like. Seeing is believing, that's always the mantra when it concerns the weather. Mikey the Bloody Magpikey over here, overlooking things and seeing that things are good. Michael says, time for some bourbon break. Indeed. What a beautiful gift that Jeff brought me. All the way from Tennessee, he came over again. AMS Live, not only vodka, but now also bourbon. Absolutely beautiful. Bottled by the White Rabbit Bottle Shop. Absolutely wonderful. What a beautiful gift. Full as well, Jeff, who gave this gift, will be out again tomorrow. He came by earlier in the show to hand me this bottle and then go quickly back to his hotel, having been up for 24 hours straight. He was exhausted. I was dying for some rest. But he wanted to make sure that I received the bottle in good order, which I did. If all is well, he should be coming out again tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Yeah, nice gift, eh, Olaf? Goes well with the bottles that Henk from Hogeveen gave me and that Wolfgang gave me not too long ago. The liquor, the liquor collection that you guys have brought me is growing by the day. It is very humbling to receive such large quantities of alcoholic booze from you guys. Hey, Infinity is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Right, quite a few airplanes are now slowly but surely making their way over to Polderbaan, the Polderbaan glide slope, which, if I am not mistaken, is going to be the only runway for arrivals until 6:20. That's the usual time when a runway use changes. Let's find out. I'm going to go to Bezoekpas. And yes, I thought was going to be the case. Here we go. So it's now 5:44 local time. So we just began with this time slot, landing on the Polderbaan, starting on Kaagbaan, runway 24. That's until 6:20, and then from 6:20 until 8:20, center is also going to open up again. Means that a lot of the airplanes of interest, the wide bodies arriving from the far east, will land on the center runway, unfortunately. That is a pity about this time of day. While we're here, the meter in the ticker updates automatically, but for those of you who are more visually inclined, let's have a quick look at the weather report. Here is the visualization. We're standing at 18 right, so this is the runway configuration. Headwind and crosswind from the left for the airplanes approaching. The water has been calm all throughout. Sub 5 knots winds today. It's 15 degrees C. It's warmer to the feel here than it is on paper because there's hardly any wind. We're still due with a ceiling here, 3,500 feet. A few clouds at 2,100 feet. Has been pretty consistent all throughout the show. Our next airplane is approaching, Transavia flight 5820, arriving from Bari. A321neo, 2 hours and 4 minutes ago it departed from Bari to the Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Victor. Brand new airplane, first flight February 2025. Hey Thomas, good evening mate, welcome back, hope you're doing well. Alex says if you need help after opening the bottle, let me know. Are you jumping in the car to drive from Bonn to Amsterdam in that case? That is so sweet, mate. Gilberto is wondering about the big boys. There are big boys underway, but there are definitely quite a few more in the morning hours than in the evening hours. Combo shot with H1 bird control. Who is losing the drag race, even though it had a head start? Next up, Transavia arriving from Pisa. Vaguely visible over there. 737-800, 1 hour 47 minutes away. The Papa Hotel, Hotel Sierra Bravo. The airplane that you see behind it, Ryanair Flight 3006, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. So we're now at plus a quarter stop of exposure compensation. On my camera screen it looks pretty decent. We can also go to half a stop. This is half a stop, quarter stop, half a stop, quarter stop. Probably still a bit too early. It's starting to look a little overexposed when applying a quarter, half a stop. So, but let me know. We are approaching the time of sunset. I don't know exactly when it's happening today. Around 7:30 or so. I would have to look on timeanddate.com. Very handy website, which I'm sure many of you will know. Full stop. I can show you what full stop looks like, Wolfgang. That's going to be overkill. Full stop. Yeah, that's overkill. Back to a quarter. Moderation is key. White balance still okay? It's at 5200 Kelvin. We had at 5000 earlier and I began, but that's for sunny days, with 4760. Thinking this is probably best. All those settings you can tinker with. Hey Tinus, no, I only began streaming here around 3 today, so I didn't see any drones, anything. The drone sighting, or alleged drone sighting, happened earlier in the day. I think it was around noon, which is when I was still back at home. Ah, thank you, Stefan. Sunset at 7:26. So that's around 20 minutes before the Emirates A380 is expected to arrive here. Indeed, Liwe, a quick descent, quick full stop will bring all passengers to the front row. Indeed, it will. Reversers, question mark? Nope. Not even Ryanair pilots are up for it today. Terrible disappointing. Yeah. Hey Paul, good afternoon. Yeah. I was about to say good evening. Still good afternoon. All right. China Southern A350, now number 2. Before it, Transavia arriving from Barcelona. The A350 already visible over there. Well, barely. Barely. This is Transavia flight 5136 arriving from Barcelona. 737-800. Papa Hotel, Hotel, Bravo Kilo. Flight time 1 hour 55 minutes. 15-year-old airplane, first flight June 2010. Hey, Lifeline also back in the chat. Long time no see, mate. Right, angry Chinese A350 arriving from Beijing in China. 9 hours and 26 minutes on the way. This is China Southern Airlines, or at least the contours of it. Flight 345. The Bravo 32 Echo Echo. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight May 2023. Stefan asks if this will be my new. These will be my new streaming times. I don't think it will. I was hoping maybe we would get in some new folks here, but viewership today has been abysmally low. I think that also has to do with the imbalance between narrow bodies and wide bodies. Already it is very monotonous at the Polderbaan. Always inbound, always outbound, one after the other. You're missing apron action. And if it is one after the other Embraer, that's not very interesting to watch. Captain Jerry has returned. Good to see you, sir. Hope you're doing well, Jerome. Welcome back. Glide stop indeed. You didn't have to use a super chat to let that be known, but thank you so much for doing that anyway. Hope you're doing well, Jerome. All right. Xiamen Air. I'm lucky that I feel lucky that we get to see it over here on this runway, because last time I was doing an evening stream, it went to the center runway. Now, Stephen, what are you doing, mate? Just play nuts, aka Stephen, with a super chat. Don't see any accompanying text along with it. But thank you so much for that, Stephen. Don't know why you did that, but thank you so much for doing it. Xiamen Air, arriving from Xiamen in China. Flight 811 is now number 2 to arrive. Stephen meant to say thanks for streaming this afternoon. Well, you're welcome, you're welcome. I had hoped the weather would be a bit more cheerful than it has been today, thus far. I had hoped that the glide slope visibility would have been a bit better. It's calm AF, and I think the lack of wind has contributed to the relative poor visibility. It's set to become better tomorrow. I hope it definitely will. This is SAS, flight 1549, the Surst SE RST, Embraer 195 long range, arriving from Copenhagen. 1 hour and 2 minutes it has taken to get here. Is the white balance okay for you guys? To me it looks a bit greenish yellowish. If I go to 5,000, this is what it would look like. 52. 5,000. To me, the 5,000 looks better. Slightly more balanced. Alright, Xiamen Air, arriving from Xiamen in China. Here it is. Don't see this very often. Isn't there also Oman Air coming? I thought it was expected in 20 or so minutes, just before the parallel arrivals are beginning. So I'm hoping it'll get assigned to the Polderbaan still. Oman Air recently began flying, well, relatively recently began flying to Amsterdam. And of course, normally streaming in the local mornings. It means that we haven't seen that airplane in our shows yet. 5,000 better. Thank you, Olaf. Oh, lovely. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, guys. Bit of sunshine, shininess on the livery, reversers, and a Polderbaan arrival. That was sweet. Jerome asks if drones are still a problem at Copenhagen. I'm not sure that they are. They have been sighted there twice now, and apparently there also was a drone sighting here earlier today, around noon. I wasn't around, so I'm not sure if there was one or not, or maybe someone imagined having seen one, but for a brief period of time, Polderbaan was closed and everything went to the center runway. Right, I see a quartet of narrow bodies now north of Schiphol. The first of them, EasyJet flight 27075, arriving from Bristol, turning final. That's an A320. Bird control van in the background behind the Dreamliner. KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Rennes, looks to become the second airplane, and another Embraer from Lot arriving from Warsaw, third. And then an Embraer 175 from KLM. Montpellier is where it's coming from, I think. MPO, yeah, Montpellier. Cruiseman is glad he has a subwoofer. I can imagine the landing just now sounded gnarly on that system. Completely flaccid windsock. Absolutely flaccid. The water also flat like a mirror. Current status quo. Looking to the north, things look like so. Looking to the east, it looks like this. Looking to the south, it looks like so. Looking a bit further up, there's definitely a bit of open sky here and there. But the sky surrounding me, looking at the horizon, it's all cloudy. The west, currently the most open and brightest part of the sky. Now that also has to do with the fact that the sun is over there. Sunset expected in little under 1.5 hours from now. 7:26, I think Stefan Tudor mentioned in the chat. So 1 hour and 26 minutes from now. Next airplane to arrive over here. EasyJet flight 27075, arriving from Bristol. Hey Martin, good evening, mate. Well, nice of you to come over and say hi. Hope you've had a good day, Martin. The airplane behind it is also visible. Is that the Emperor 190 arriving from Rennes? I think it is. Harry the Heron. About to do a splashdown. Well, no. Or... wasn't sure about which side of the canal he was going to land on. Was looking for the west side first, and then he ended up on the east side. And another butt shot in the making. EasyJet butt shot. Kablamo. Next up, KLM flight 1416, arriving from Rennes. Rennes in France. The airplane that you can see behind it is number 175. A lot to see at Schiphol Airport. Always. This one arriving from Warsaw. Michael has to go. Thanks for stopping by, mate. I hopefully see you again soon. KLM flight 1416 is arriving from Rennes. 1 hour and 7 minutes on the way. 16-year-old airplane, first flight July 2009. What's that bus in the background? That's a football club on the move, isn't it? Are those players a football club or what? It looked like a football club player's bus. Now it's time for 2 consecutive Embraer 175s. One from Lot, one from KLM, one from Warsaw, one from Montpellier. Wolfgang says, looks like Ajax, right? I have no idea, mate. I don't watch football ever, so no idea. Ah, it's Captain Jerry's butler's bus. Utrecht, Lieve says. Okay, well there you go. FC Utrecht. Lot in the Star Alliance. Looks polished, doesn't it? And Bro 175 having returned from Warsaw. Not as polished as the retro, but still looking good. Butt shot in the making. Stefan says, you will soon hear an A340 from Frankfurt to New York over your head. Well, if it flies a bit further to the east, we might actually get to see it as well. If he is flying on the normal route, I am afraid, other than hearing it, we're not going to see it. For now, the only thing I'm hearing is the arrival of this Embraer 175 KLM, flight 1460, arriving from Montpellier in France. 1 hour and 35 minutes on the way. Montpellier is pretty much in the south of France, isn't it? How long ago has it been since we last saw Captain Wheelie? The first officer clearly making contact with us, since there aren't a lot of people in the immediate vicinity next to me, so that was beautiful. Oman Air 787 to the Polderbaan. That's good news, Gillard. Thanks for letting us know. That is good news. Stephen wonders what's for dinner tonight. That's a good question. We have several options. I think the most likely option is that we are going to have pasta with pasta sauce and also with pumpkin through it, and topped off with some goat's cheese. It's either that or brown beans and rice, or, well, I don't know what else, what other options we have. I think it's probably going to be the pasta option, since we have some fresh pumpkin and also from some pumpkin pieces still that need to be made into a dish. Right, another one of those moments where we have to wait a bit. We're waiting for the next traffic. Air Baltic is arriving, Lufti is arriving, Oman Air is arriving, BA is arriving, Emirates is arriving, they're all coming. Tampa, Portugal as well, Iberia. Bird control H1, Hotel 1. He is just talking to his colleagues. I was waving. Now Malay is hungry too. Well, I still have 2 sandwiches with me. I think I might also go for one. Kevin also has pasta for dinner. Chris says, pasta and pumpkin sounds good, boy. Could I be persuaded to join you for dinner? You're more than welcome to. Yeah. Too much of a good thing can become a bad thing. That too applies to the elevator music. It is lovely to see the colors in the sky when pointing the camera to the west right now. In the meantime, I think I am also going to grab me a sandwich. Ooh! That spiked the... Craw, craw, craw! That spiked the interest of my good friend Russell Crowe. Craw, craw, craw! What up, buddy? Craw, craw, craw. Now all of a sudden he's gotten shy. Camera shy. What is up with that? Now, the race is on. Which of the two airplanes closest by will become the first airplane? Will it be BA Flight 440 arriving from London Heathrow? Or will it be Air Baltic Flight 619, the Bombardier C-Series arriving from Riga? One of the two. Runway closed for 45 minutes. That wasn't a joke. Okay, interesting, interesting. So apparently drones have been sighted here, is that so? Because I haven't seen nor have I heard anything here, and I've been standing here since, what is it, 3? Nothing. In the meantime, here the landing lights and whatnot on the Polderbaan are still on, so not sure what to believe. Right. Well, I'm not sure if those reports are accurate. The lights here are on. Everything seems to be normal as far as I can see. Haven't seen or heard any drones in the meantime, so let's just see what's going to happen. In the meantime, Captain Jerry, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Captain Jerry Donnelly just now went ahead, gifting 5 memberships. You really didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Reverse Sky Lounge new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Captain Jerry for the gifted membership. Have fun with the custom emojis. Don't forget to say thank you. Also, good evening to Bogdan. And good evening to everybody else who joined in the meantime. Richard, good evening. Now, what's happening? Air Baltic. Air Baltic Flight 619. Is it going to the center runway then? Right. Just ate my sandwich in the meantime. From what I can see on Flight Radar, it looks like Air Baltic is coming this way, guys, so... Difficult thing is that it's still too far away to see the landing lights of it already. I'm inclined to say that they are coming to the Polderbaan still. The lights are on still over here. Russell is still over there. There you go. They're still coming. So this is Air Baltic flight 619 arriving from Riga. Bombardier C-Series 300. BA next after that. So they're all still coming this way by the looks of it. I am curious though to see what airplanes are going to go to the center runway. On bus tracker, all traffic is assigned to the Polderbaan. That's good news, W. Because Bezoek Bus was indicating that around now the center runway should also open up. It's slowly but surely getting more dark, so if you guys are of the opinion that I need to switch up the white balance or the exposure compensation, let me know. For now, we're still at +1/4 stop and 5,000 Kelvin. If it looks too blue, if it looks too yellow or anything, let me know. If the brightness needs to be amplified, let me know. We can always go to +1/2 stop. Air Baltic, flight 619 up first. After it, BA flight 440 arriving from London Heathrow. This is Air Baltic flight 619 arriving from Riga. 1 hour and 47 minutes flight time. To me it looks a bit bluish. Then again, so too does it look like that in real life. Hey Raif, good afternoon. Looks fine. Thanks Martin. If it starts to look dark, or if you think the white balance needs to be altered, let me know. So, a channel premiere will be happening soon. Oman Air, which I don't think we have seen in our show before, will land here on the Polderbaan pretty soon. First up, BA flight 440, arriving from London Heathrow.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Hey Douwe, goedenavond. This is an A320neo, left from London 41 minutes ago. Daarom Retro is going to the Zwanenburgbaan to the center runway. Thank you, Yillard. So from there, the airplanes arriving from the east are going to go to the center runway. Yes, Stephen, I did say Oman Air just now. Stream is bang on. Thanks for the feedback, Chris. Keep me posted, lads. Mark also, thank you. Video looks great. Last rays of sunshine. The sun is about to set in an hour from now. Will also give us a nice test case to see what the camera, how the camera holds up in low light conditions. Hey, Atlas, back on radar again for outbound. Where's it going to go to? Day 6. Outbound to Sofia. But isn't there only one runway open now, or if I'm not mistaken, it's just the Kaagbaan open? Keep me posted, Wolfgang, if the 7-4 is lined up and number 1 to take off. We can probably film its departure. Emirates Sky Cargo up next, arriving from Aguadilla. The Alpha 6 Echo Foxtrot Oscar. And some more lights behind it already visible. That's Oman Air. Oman Air arriving from Muscat in Oman, I think. Alpha 4 O Sierra Echo. What? No, that's Oscar. Not even an O. Anyway. Hey, and Alex just now gifted the membership. Higgy Higgins. Nice name. The recipient of the gifted membership. Alex, thank you for your generosity, mate. And welcome, Higgy. Higgy Higgins. Make sure to have fun with those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. And don't forget to say thanks to Alex. Hey, Odes. Groetjes. Arjan, thanks for the kind words, mate. I do my best to provide you with the best quality I can. Dirty flaps. PU. Let's turn around, guys. Channel premiere, Oman Air Flight 171, arriving from Muscat in Oman, 7879 Dreamliner. I've seen this pass by from my when sitting inside my living room on several occasions. I'm very thrilled to see it in real life now for the first time, and also going to the right runway. This Dreamliner has been flying 6 hours and 56 minutes from Muscat to Amsterdam. The Alpha 4 Oscar Sierra Echo, and this particular airplane is 7 years old. First flight was in November 2017. Indeed, Ray. We would have thought that Emirates would clean their flap surfaces much better than we saw just now. Very disappointing. Yeah. That is a pretty special livery, Alex. The one from Lufty. Seems a very popular color. The ITA, jet blue, Lufty 100-year, dark blue, purplish. They're all very similar and lovely. Now. What a beautiful machine, eh? That might make for a nice thumbnail. Current status quo, looking to the west, the sun is setting. Local sunset is in an hour from now, 7:26 p.m. So this is the last hour of sunshine. Next up, EasyJet flight 27806 and A319 arriving from Milan. It's back to the narrow bodies for the time being. Sun Express already behind it, arriving from Izmir in Turkey. Tap at Portugal next after that. Batcha time. For some reason, all of a sudden, I am smelling exhaust gas fumes here. Right. "747 is rolling." Well, let's keep our eyes looking in that direction then. There was one 747 that landed here this morning in the beginning of the show, earlier this afternoon, and it's leaving now for Sofia in Bulgaria. Taking off from runway 24. There it is already. Hard to see, still hazy, still a bit nebulous, although right now, looking in the east, you can see there are definitely a few openings. This is what the current status quo is looking to the west. Gorgeous to see, beautiful sunset in progress right now. Next up, TAP Air Portugal, flight 672, arriving from Lisbon in Portugal. There it is. Another airplane behind it already visible. And that's Iberia flight 733 arriving from Madrid. A320neo in the foreground, regular A320 in the background. Sunset lighting looking absolutely pretty. Is that an A400 I'm hearing? Is there an A400 in the vicinity passing overhead? Ah yeah, Adi mentions it. I was already thinking I'm hearing an A400. Hey, Evan is also back. Mexican Evan from Santa Monica. I like planes. Don't know why I have you on while I was working. Didn't have you on while you were working. Hey, don't worry, mate. Happy to see you here. Hope you're doing well. And good evening to you, Evan. Nice to see you again. A400, I was hearing it. Unfortunately, as you guys can see, it's hard to see it. But those A400s are definitely instantaneously recognizable. Also heard one earlier this afternoon while sitting at home. I was saying to Lisa, is that an A400 I'm hearing? Quickly checking flight radar. It was flying right over our house to the north. A Belgian one, actually. Hey Bert, good afternoon. Good evening to all of you. Iberia. Looking at what I see on my screen here, it looks like the white balance and the brightness are pretty spot on, aren't they? That's the kind of stuff that you don't see in morning streams. I have to admit, this is really nice. Now, parallel arrivals unfortunately have resumed again. The next airplanes are arriving to the center runway. Aero Mexico, flight 25 arriving from Mexico City is approaching. It's flying off the coast. It should be landing here pretty soon on the Polderbaan. Now, let's see. KLM flight 1616, Embraer 175 arriving from Milan. Tarom 737 arriving from Bucharest. Those are approaching the center runway. Ryanair is now on final. Hey!
I just want to say hello and goodbye.
Hey!
You did a nice job.
Thank you
It's
so
nice
much.
to see this place on YouTube.
Ah,
Yeah.
nice to meet you,
And
mate.
to subscribe to channel.
Hey, nice. But did you take some nice pictures?
Yeah, a lot. I think something will be very nice.
What? That's a 600mm lens, or is it?
Yeah, it's 400, 600.
400 to 600. May I show it on the stream? Have a look.
Yeah, hello everybody.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
And a
nice
Sony camera.
Yeah.
I imagine with the lighting, you must have taken some pretty pictures now.
Now will be good.
Yeah, indeed.
It's very shiny.
It's very shiny. It's beautiful here, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, in a few moments we're going to see Aero Mexico as well. Aero Mexico Dreamliner.
Yeah.
It's flying base and is turning final and is arriving here in a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
So, if you want, that's definitely worthwhile to stick around for. I don't think it's in the Quetzalcoatl livery, or is it? No, unfortunately it's just a standard livery, but still. And Etihad is approaching from the east. We'll be going to the center runway, but with the lighting and with your lens, you will probably be able to take a beautiful picture of it as well. Then again, if you also have to go, you have to go. I understand.
Almost.
Hey, enjoy the evening then in that case. See ya, bye bye. So, parallel arrivals in the process of resuming again. In the meantime, I saw that Captain Jerry went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Mate, you really didn't have to do that, Jerome. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the River Skylines new members. If you are one of the recipients of Captain Jerry's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to him. Enjoy the custom emojis, guys. 34 of them. Use them. I implore you all to use them. Use those custom emojis more often than you are and have been thus far. Jerome, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that. 5 gifted memberships again. Welcome to the Skylines new members. In the meantime, good evening to everybody who has joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, runway 18 right. One of 2 runways in use now for arrivals. The sun is setting. The sun is expected to set in 50 minutes from now. 7:26 p.m. is when sunset is taking place. This is what in Dutch is called a bijzon. Literally translated well, what's the proper term for it? It's at least a light effect from the sun in the clouds. And this is Tarom in the retro livery, going to the wrong runway.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
But the lighting is exquisite, even with a big distance between us and it. Ryanair. Oof. Big flock of birds over here, right next to the runway. Right next to the runway. Ryanair. And gorgeous lighting here today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, next up is going to be Aeromexico Flight 25 arriving from Mexico City. That used to arrive here in the early afternoon. I still remember that we were able to see it in the morning streams quite regularly, and then all of a sudden they switched the times. They switched the times. Now Aeromexico has been arriving in the early evening since. Parhelium, thank you Kevin. Optic effects caused by the sun, just like halos are. Usually indicative, halos are usually indicative of a weather change, an upcoming weather change. Lovely effects. And pretty soon we are going to see the Dreamliner. The lights already are visible, so let's turn around. Here we go, Aeromexico Flight 25, arriving from Madrid, it's not Air Europa, but it's Aeromexico arriving from Mexico City. And it seems that we've crossed through 500 likes. Thank you all so much for that. Johan says, what a nice start of the Saturday evening. Thanks, boy. You're welcome, Johan. Glad to hear you're enjoying. I hope everybody is. Don't forget to leave a like if you are enjoying or have been enjoying the stream thus far. Etihad arriving from Abu Dhabi. Qatar arriving from Doha. Those are approaching, but will land on the center runway. Last time we checked, the estimated time of arrival for Emirates Flight 149, the A380 arriving from Dubai, was around 7:45. At that time, 2 runways still open for arrivals, so I'm pretty certain that the A380 will land on the center runway. We should still be able to see that quite well from over here. First up, Aeromexico, and the question of course is, will they use their reversers and will they get loud? I've got a hunch that they might will, might do, might get, might will. Not exactly full reverse thrust there, but still. Doesn't it look good? Current status quo, looking to the west, a setting sun. And indeed, Martijn, the dirt along the canal is already turning green. Stephen also noticed it already. And you can also... Now there's a first. There is a shady figure waving to you guys. Let's also switch to autofocus. I think I can leave the protective LCD solar cap, can put it away again. That's for all the reflections, to mitigate them. Not many of them left at this time of day. EasyJet going to the center runway. Next up, coming this way, is going to be KLM Flight 1486 arriving from BIQ. Biarritz. What was that again? Switzerland or France? Not exactly sure. BIQ. Biarritz, Embraer 190, and in the background is an E2M. Oh, that's the Red Wine Express. E2 Embraer 195, number 2. Arriving from Bordeaux. Hey, Kevo. Good evening, mate. Welcome back. Yeah, need to give K4 a call to move those birds. I thought it was H1 that was present here earlier, but looking around, don't see them anywhere. Next up, to the center runway, Etihad flight 917. Let's have a look at it. Arriving from Abu Dhabi. That's what you get if you keep your camera on autofocus instead of manual. Etihad flight 917, Etihad cargo, arriving from Abu Dhabi. 6 hours, 28 minutes on the way. 777 freighter, the Alpha 6 Delta Delta Charlie. Looking nice in the evening light, doesn't it? Is that a Falcon or what? I think it is. A lot of nations have flags or stuff with falcons, don't they? What is up with that? Red Wine Express arriving from Bordeaux, E2 Embraer 195 over here, landing. Hey Manzi, good morning, good afternoon. Hans, thanks for the kind words. Nice shots, he writes in Dutch. And Traveler, you're welcome. Trevor says, it's hard for me to have time to watch in the morning. Well, it's nice for those who have found the stream. It seems that a great many haven't. That's a bit unfortunate. Still, they're missing out on golden hour here. It is looking absolutely beautiful. Also a relocation flight, an E2 Embraer arriving from Tenerife, landing on the Schiphol Oost runway. Now I'm not able to show you that because that's too far away and the haziness means I'm not able to film that. We are able to see Qatar though, arriving from Doha. Qatar cargo. Where's that bastard? There it is. Qatar cargo, flight 8203, 777 freighter, Alpha 7, Bravo Foxtrot uniform. And it has, is that a Capricorn or what? What is that creature on the tail of Qatar? I'm wondering. Meanwhile, Andy is tuning in from Seattle. Groetjes terug. Bobbers is still enjoying the show. I'm happy to hear that, Bobbers. I hope everybody still is enjoying the show. Now, finally, things seem to open up a little, though looking at the easterly horizon and to the southeast, it's still pretty hazy. The setting sun over here, the sun is setting in 40 minutes from now. 7:26 is when the local sunset is happening. Impala, Bertje says. Philip asks if I'm using autofocus or manual focus. I use manual focus most of the time and autofocus if I need to go to stuff close by. I'm also thinking maybe the exposure compensation can be lowered. We're at a quarter stop. This is back to neutral, which I think looks pretty good with the current lighting. Antelope. More precise, an oryx antelope, Stefan says. That is very precise. All right, now the next airplane to the Polderbaan, I think, is going to be Vueling. Interestingly, Air France flight 1424 arriving from Nantes was also arriving from the west and has been assigned to the center runway. So I'm wondering what is up here. Runway inspection? Looking around, not seeing the presence of any bird control vehicles as far as I can see. Here we have Transavia. Right, Vueling is turning in. Vueling is going to come to the Polderbaan. Current status quo here, looking to the west. Setting sun. The sun is expected to set here around 7:26 p.m. If you look in the bottom left corner, the bottom left corner of your screen, you'll see the current time, the current local time. Hey Gebakje, good evening. In the meantime, it's one after the other narrowbody going to the center runway. Embraer 175, Embraer 190, and then the 777 arriving from Bangkok. Hey Razor, good evening. Razor 013, also back in the chat, good evening. Our nearest by star, the sun. And this is KLM flight 1424, an M190 arriving from Nantes. Now, you'd think with such a big patch of blue sky overhead that there would be contrails to see, but I've been looking around, not seeing any, unfortunately. That is a shame. Beautiful cirrus clouds though. And here we have another M. This is from KLM. So Air France up is flying on behalf of KLM, and then Embraer 190 arriving from Nantes. Oh. If it looks pixelated, that's because this is top end of optical zoom. Zooming in further from here means enlarging pixels. Doing that with moderation gives more detail, but you can also go overboard. This is 400 times digital zoom. Yeah, we can still almost see what how the first officer drinks their coffee. Next after this, to the center runway, unfortunately, is KLM flight 844, arrived from Bangkok in Thailand. 777-300 flying parallel to it. To the Polderbaan itself is Vueling flight 8021. That's an A320 arriving from Barcelona. Michael also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Alex has to leave, unfortunately. Thank you so much for joining, Alex. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And hopefully see you again during the next one. So this is KLM flight 844, arriving from Bangkok. In the meantime, we also have Vueling landing over here. Vueling flight 8021, arriving from Barcelona. 1 hour and 59 minutes on the way. The ECOKI, Oscar Kilo India. Hey Arnoud, good evening. Flight time has been 1 hour 59 minutes. And there's the triple arriving from Bangkok. Hey Gary, good to see you, mate. Right, next up will be Austrian. Austrian to the center runway. Somewhere over there. There she is. On paper Austrian, but in actuality Air Baltic, flight 375. This is the Yankee Lima Alpha Bravo Kilo. Now was that the airplane you were flying onto the Netherlands, Wolfgang, or was that a different one? Was it Alpha Lima? I keep forgetting. Martin has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Martin. Enjoy the rest of your evening and hopefully see you again tomorrow. Now, I'm still not sure what to do tomorrow. What do you guys think? Morning stream again? Or an afternoon stream? Next to land here on the Polderbaan is going to be a Bombardier C-Series 300. Air France, arriving from Paris. Flying parallel to it, a 7879 Dreamliner, arriving from Beijing. KLM, flight 898. The KLM Dreamliner arriving from Beijing in China is flying over there. Flight 898. Ah, it was the Alpha Bravo Kilo. There you go. Afternoon. Quite a few people rooting for afternoon stream. Question then is, which runway? I don't know if the weather is if the wind is changing. I think not, but I'm not sure. Air France flight 1440, arriving from Paris, Bombardier C-Series 300. Messages for us. Current status quo. a setting sun over there. In the meantime, another Etihad is on final to the center runway, an Etihad A350-1000. Let's see, there's a 737-900 flying to the center runway behind me. That's arriving from Oslo. Danny says wind is blowing from the south in the morning and from the north in the evening. That's interesting. That means that in the evening they're going to take off from this runway. In the morning they are going to land over here. Now, following up on 2 consecutive days of arrivals with departures would be nice. Right, I'll have to sleep on it, as you probably could have guessed. Alrighty. Landing over here is KLM flight 1526 arriving from Bilbao in the north of Spain. 737-800, Etihad A350-1000 arriving from Abu Dhabi, flying in the background. Still a bit further away, not yet visible. So we can follow this landing first and then watch as the A350 is passing us by with the evening light still shining on it. Here we go, Etihad. It's a pity it's not landing here on this runway. That's what I feel is a bit of a shame of filming this time of day. The lighting is good, but the interesting airplanes for the vast majority seem to be going to the wrong runway. Luckily over here, when this runway is in use for arrivals, so too is the center runway 9 out of 10 times. But still, it's not the same as when they're landing right in front of you. Etihad flight 41, A350-1000, arriving from Abu Dhabi, 6.5 hours on the way now. The Alpha 6 X-Ray Whiskey Echo. And how old is this specimen? 5 years. 5 years already. First flight April 2020. That begs the question, when did the first A350-1000 start to fly? 5 years, this airplane is old. Makes me somehow think that this is one of the earliest A350-1000s. Or has that type been around for much longer? I think not, but I am getting curious now. Right, the Corendon Max 9 737 with the tattoos on it is also approaching. Unfortunately, going to the center runway. In the meantime, the sun is setting here. Have a look at this. It's looking like the sun is going to disappear behind the clouds that are at the horizon right now in the west. Alright, KLM flight 1804 is arriving from Düsseldorf and is flying in on the glide slope to the center runway. Vueling is the next arrival here on the Polderbaan. Vueling flight 1375. The airplane that we can see right here. Hey, John Dutch Canadian, good afternoon, mate. Vueling flight 1375, arriving from Alicante, A320, flight time 2 hours 26 minutes, the ECKLT, Kilo Lima Tango, 17-year-old airplane, first flight December 2007. It looks pixelated because this is a lot of digital zoom. This is 400 times. I'm surprised I'm able to keep it relatively stable, but then again there's hardly any wind. This is back to the top end of optical zoom, which is around 600 millimeters full frame equivalent. Ah, 2018. Thanks for looking that up, Wolfgang. So not exactly the first A350-1000 that we saw just now. Can you get more orangey? Superb view there. Also looks really, really nice on the laptop screen. That was me and my microphone hat cameoing. Corendon with the tattooed livery by Henk Schiefmacher over there. Now you can see all scribbly and busy. A lot of details, and the distance and the lack of detail don't do it justice from this this distance. Well-known Dutch tattoo artist Henk Schiefmacher designed the special livery. It's basically one big tattoo with a lot of details on it, which for you to see properly, actually the airplane would have to stand still for a period of time. I find it interesting that despite the lighting, and there's a lot of people right now on the other side as well, I understand that they are there in the morning hours when you have good lighting over there, but now the best lighting is on this side, and I wonder why those people are there in such big numbers. KLM flight 1924, arrival from Zurich. Next to the center runway, KLM flight 868, arriving from Osaka in Japan. If you ever get the chance to go to Japan in your life, do it. Wonderful country, friendliest people, I think, of the entire globe. 13 hours and 34 minutes this Dreamliner 7879 has been flying to get here. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Alpha. And I think, yeah, this is the new livery already. Nose cone completely blue. This is the quote-unquote deeper smile, which I think looks more pronounced on the A321neo than it does on this Dreamliner. Next airplane arriving here is the Transavia A321neo arriving from Olbia. Eva Air is also arriving. Eva Air flight 75 arriving from Bangkok in Thailand. It's going to the center runway, unfortunately.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
I still have a picture that I took from here at the Polderbaan, I think in 2005 or 2006, when Eva Air was still flying passenger 747s here. A touchdown of the Eva Air 747 at the time. I did make it into a thumbnail for one of the streams once to see if it would elicit any reactions, but unfortunately it didn't. Eva Air, 11 hours and 26 minutes on the way, 777-300 the Bravo 16739. And in the meantime, landing here on the runway, the Polderbaan runway, is the A321neo arriving from Albia, from Transavia. Combo shot incoming. And Marjolein de Bay is greeting us from the grass field next to me. Probably behind the pipes then somewhere. Hard to see what's going on over there. There are a few people over there. Gary has a friend named Eva. I know a certain Austrian who also used to have a girlfriend called Eva. Nah. Alan's tuning in from Argentina. Buenos dias. Good to see you, mate. Welcome to the channel. This is KLM flight 1102 arriving from EXT. Is that Exeter? It is. Flight time 56 minutes. Next landing, going to the center runway is KLM flight 1856, a 737-700. Ah! Fijne avond, Marjolein. Now, the Emirates A380. Last time we checked, its estimated time of arrival was around 7:45, which would mean it is expected in 35 minutes or so from now. I'm not sure if that is still the case. We can have a look. This is KLM flight 1856, arriving from Munich. Let's have a quick look on flight radar before the next landing on Polderbaan happens. Let's open up flight radar. Still had the METAR open. Filter for everything in mind. Hey! I'm happy to report, ladies and gentlemen, there's an additional airplane that we can stick around for. We have a bonus queen that just took off from Frankfurt. The Retro Transavia is also still coming, so Retro Transavia, which I hope will be landing here on this runway. Oh no, shit, it's going to Eindhoven. I stand corrected. Transavia Retro is not coming this way. Emirates is. Estimated time of arrival 7:40, so that's going to the center runway. Same for the Cathay Pacific Cargo 7478, but it is a nice bonus to be waiting for. They're arriving all before 8 o'clock, so should be good. Hey, 777 from Narita is coming to the Polderbaan, Stefan says. That's nice. Hey Jeroen, goedenavond. Right, the sun. Well, not having set yet, no longer is visible because the clouds are in the way. There's still a nice orange tint here in the sky. It's relatively bright here, relatively open. And I also see that there's a little bug right over my solar cap. Or what is it? Sun shield, whatever that thing is that you put over the lens that also keeps it a bit dry. That is a shame about the Retro Transavia. This is KLM flight 1470 arriving from Marseille. Looking good. Looking good. Tijmen, goedenavond. Welcome to the show. Alrighty, next up, KLM flight 862. I've been on the opposite flight before in 2016 or so, going to Tokyo Narita. Well, Narita, it's not really Tokyo. You still have to travel on by train for an hour to get into the center of Tokyo. Highly recommended that you once give that a try if you get a chance. KLM flight 862, having returned from Narita in Japan. 13 hours 24 minutes flight time. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Quebec Kilo. This particular airplane is 20 years old already. First flight was in January 2005. Air India is flying behind it, but to the center runway. Means we can nicely transition from this landing to Air India's last minutes flying to the center runway. People sometimes ask me if I smell the fumes, the exhaust fumes, and most of the time that's not the case. Sometimes you do. Today is one of those days that even with my blunted smell, I still am able to smell the exhaust gas fumes. Now I am wondering, is the exposure still okay? This is standard exposure. This is plus a quarter stop. Standard. Plus a quarter. Standard plus a quarter. I'll leave it at plus a quarter, but please chime in to let me know what you guys think is the best setting. It's getting darker, so I imagine maybe amping up the exposure compensation a little might be better. This is Air India. Flight 155 arrived from Delhi, 777-300 9 hours and 14 minutes on the way. The Victor Tango Alpha Lima Papa. 9 hours and 14 minutes. 16-year-old airplane, first flight July 2009. So we're still at plus 1 quarter stop of exposure compensation. Standard is fine. Plus a quarter. And back to standard. This is standard. Right. Next airplane to the center runway is an A321neo from KLM, arriving from Budapest. Flight 1368. Hey Karsten, good evening mate. Well, Clemencia, indeed, KLM flies to Tokyo directly if you consider Narita to be Tokyo. As I said before, I've flown to Narita. It's not the same as Haneda. Haneda is in Tokyo itself, and KLM does not fly to Tokyo Haneda to my knowledge. If you want to fly to Haneda, you will have to use a different carrier. If you fly to Tokyo Narita, you still have to be in a train for an hour to get to Tokyo, the center of Tokyo. Tokyo Station or Shinjuku or the other areas in the center. It's quite rural actually around the airport of Tokyo Narita, or at least it was back in 2016 when I flew there. Next airplane landing here, Britty Hopper, KLM, flight 974, arrived from Humberside. And Bravo 90 long range. And how long has the range been? Well, 39 minutes of flight to cover 198 nautical miles. This airplane is 18 years old. Indeed, Ray. Technically, Narita is not in Tokyo. Not even that. Another Embraer 190 arriving from LPI, Liverpool. No, that can't be right. LPI, no, that's Linköping. Ah, that makes more sense. Well, I've only visited Tokyo, Peter, but I definitely enjoyed it a lot, and if I ever get the chance, I will go back there to explore the rest of the country. Highly recommended. Well, not exactly Ari. Schiphol is a lot closer to the city of Amsterdam than Narita is to the center of Tokyo. Yeah, Korean also going to the center runway. 787-10 Dreamliner. I also saw that on Flight Radar this afternoon, coming this way. Guess we'll just have to make do with what we can and see it at a distance. Narrow bodies for the time being, but pretty soon Korean with a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Seoul. Hey, Carlo, good evening. I am with you on that, Peter. Singapore also seems to be a lovely destination to go to once. A friend of mine went there before for work. He did tell me that it was excruciatingly warm and humid all year round. Similar to how the summers here can be humid. Now luckily everything and everyone has air conditioning. My mate even told me that they also have underground connections to shopping centers and whatnot, so that you don't have to necessarily be out in the streets to get around, being exposed to the heat. Lord Andrew, evening. Narita is a Ryanair destination for Tokyo, yeah. Just like how Charleroi is Brussels South. or Luton is part of London. Here we have Korean Air. 787-10 Dreamliner arrived from Seoul with a capital S, flight 9 to 5. Flight time 13 hours and 27 minutes. It's the Hotel Lima 8535. relatively new airplane. First flight July 2024, so this airplane a year and a few months old. Still, if you look at the size of the elevators in the back and you see the fuselage length, also have a look at the tail, the rudder. Seems comparatively small compared with what you see on other airplane types, doesn't it? Thanks for the update, W, who says that the A380 has just passed Enschede and as expected has been assigned to the center runway. This is what my westerly horizon is currently looking like. Jonathan, good evening. Jonathan is tuning in from a wet Eden.
Bruh.
Over here, things are a bit drier. Karsten, mate, thank you so much. Karsten just now gifting a membership. The recipient, Romeo. Romeo from Raymond. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, Romeo. Have fun with the custom emojis now at your disposal, Romeo. Don't forget to say thank you to Karsten. Karsten, thank you so much for your generosity. Twilight butt shot. In the meantime, we have an Embraer, an E2 Embraer 190 from Swiss, or what is it? Helvetic? Helvetic Airways. There it is. It's an E2, but not an E2 Embraer 195, but a 190. Helvetic flight 734, arriving from Zurich. Meanwhile, over here on the Polderbaan, we are going to see KLM flight 1170 arriving from Bergen, an A321neo. Jonathan just came back from sunny Barcelona. Though hot, hot, hot. How warm? How warm has it been? KLM flight 1170 arriving from Bergen. Fax A, the first of the A321neos. .28, decently warm indeed. Right, I'm thinking maybe amping up the exposure compensation a quarter. This is a plus a quarter. We had it still on standard just now. It's getting dark now relatively rapidly. My screen is pretty bright. I'm also looking at what you can see on the computer. This is plus half a stop. How's that working out for you guys? E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1666 arriving from Bologna. Alright, now the next two arrivals to the center runway, no accompanying airplanes to the Polderbaan. This is plus a half stop. It's probably ballpark good. KLM flight 1634. Can also go for plus 3/4 stop, which is like so. The sun is setting. No, the sun has set already 3 minutes ago. So we're now venturing into the realm of low light conditions. Also a nice test for the camera to see what it is capable of. And indeed, Stefan, the A380, 11 minutes out. The Cathay Cargo, 23 minutes out. Of course, it depends on how visibility to the center runway is going to be. If it is worthwhile to stay around for the Cathay. If it's only a light and strobe that you can see because it's so dark already, then obviously it's not worthwhile looking. But from what I can see and with the speed everything is happening here, I should think that we should be okay. It is interesting though that a lot of people have asked to do if I was going to do an evening stream at some point. And when you see what's happening here, when the darker it gets, the less viewers we still have, despite there being an A380 underway. It's a very, very vocal minority that I think wants to see evening streams. I think most of you guys want to see stuff that is interesting, and the honest fact is that most of the interesting traffic just happens in the morning hours. Hey Ernie, goedenavond, good evening. Or is it Ernie? 2 airplanes visible on the glide slope. A third one should also... Oh yeah, now there it is already. 3 airplanes visible on the glide slope. Visibility now finally improving a little. The sun has set already. The westerly horizon, the westerly sky is still pretty orangey. Next up, KLM flight 1092, arriving from Cardiff. The Papa Hotel, Echo Zulu Papa, 54 minutes on the way, Embraer 190. Hey Astrid, goedenavond. The airplane is 15 years old, its first flight was in March 2010. Things look a bit dark on my laptop screen, and they also look a bit blue. Let's see, this is 1.5 stops of exposure compensation. What does that do to you? Does it matter? Is it making a difference? Half a stop, 2 stops. I'm not seeing a big difference anymore. That's interesting. This is plus 2 stops. And I had it on 1 stop. I'm not seeing a difference on my screen. Ah, F8 is slashing now. I think I might also have to open up the diaphragm a little. And let's open up the iris a bit more. We're at F8. Let's go back to F4. Yes, there we go. This is looking better, isn't it? Almost forgot. During the daytime, I film on at F8. This is F4 now. KLM flight 1656 having arrived from Firenze, Florence. White balance still good? I think it looks decent enough, doesn't it? Let's tinker with the white balance a little. It's at 5,000 now. We have had it at 5260 before. That's this. Hey Boreas, good evening mate. Alright. 3 airplanes on the glide slope. And where's the A380? A380 is flying over Purmerend, so still pretty far away. And I'm not sure. I'm trying to see if I can spot the A380, but I think I'm unable to. So we're now at plus 1 stop of exposure compensation, and we've opened up the iris to F4 instead of F8. Bravo Golf Golf. Ulf, goedenavond. Bert, goedenavond, good evening. Milad, good evening. Next up, KLM flight 1584 arriving from Lisbon. And we have an A321neo over there that's arriving from Billund. This is KLM flight 1584 arriving from Lisbon in Portugal. A321neo, 2 hours and 23 minutes on the way. Thanks, C. Hey Bill J, good evening mate. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Graham, good evening. Siegfried, goedenavond. Right, now. Lovely 2 airplane glide slope shot here. E2 Embraer arriving from Nice, which is nice. And after that, KLM A321neo arriving from Edinburgh.
Bruh.
It's busy with arrivals now. 2 runways in use. The Emirates A380 is about to turn final. Question is, where is it? Don't think we can see it through the clouds just yet. There is an airplane that we can see that is preceding it. That is looking like a 737. That's the one arriving from Helsinki, I think. Usgur, good evening. And thanks for the kind words, mate. Goed bezig. Doing the best I can, mate. To open up the iris even more. F2.8. And let's go for 1.5 stops of exposure compensation. Keep things a bit clear. The A380, it should become visible pretty soon. I'm wondering... I think that is... No, that's not it, is it? No, that's not it yet. So the A380 is further back. Right, well, I've opened up the diaphragm even more. It's now f2.8. We were at f4 before, and this is plus 1.5 exposure, 1.5 stops of exposure compensation in addition to the standard exposure. Camera screen is almost blinding me in when I try to read the live chat. Things are definitely starting to look more grainy. But it's a nice way of testing out how the camera is holding up in low light conditions. The A380 should be over there somewhere. I don't see its lights yet, so I'm unable to show you the A380 yet. Oh, wait, no, I do now am seeing the A380. There it is, Emirates Flight 147, arriving from Dubai. Oh man, that's looking grainy. K2 passing by, throwing a wave. Here it is, Emirates Flight 147 arriving from... Oh no, I say 147, it's 149 of course. Emirates Flight 149 arriving from Dubai, Dubai International. 6 hours, 29 minutes on the way. Completely nominal flight duration. The Alpha 6 Echo Delta Kilo. This is a 15-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in January 2010. KLM in the meantime landing here in the foreground. Hope the exposure is decent enough. It's starting to look pretty decent here. Obviously, this is the wrong runway.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
Alright, we're sticking around until the Cargo Lux bonus queen has also passed us by. After that I am going to wrap it up. The 7478 arrived from Frankfurt. The bonus 747, the second of the show, is flying base and is about to turn final to the centered runway in a moment from now. After that I am going to wrap it up. Should be out again tomorrow with another stream. Don't know yet where and when. A lot of you guys seem to favor another afternoon stream tomorrow. I'll have to look and also see what the wind is going to do. You can count on me doing a stream, so if you don't see any streams being announced in the morning, rest assured I will announce a stream later in the day then, similar to today. Indeed, Eddie, no deltas in this stream. The deltas arrive in the morning. Deltas arrive in the morning. This is KLM flight 1180 arriving from Stavanger. Embraer 175, 1 hour and 16 minutes flight time. Papa Hotel, Echo, X-Ray, Zulu. My iris is blinking. It means that the diaphragm needs to be opened up more for the exposure compensation. So we're now at full open aperture, f2, at least at this setting. The 747 is approaching. I don't see its lights just yet, so let's indulge with a few more Polderbaan arrivals here. We have another Embraer. We're 190. This is the KLM in the SkyTeam livery. Papa Hotel, Echo, Zulu, X-Ray. Arrival from Valencia, where it left from 2 hours and 14 minutes ago. Hey, you're welcome, Ale. You're welcome, Stefan. You're welcome, Bill. Here's our last airplane of the day's show, ladies and gentlemen. It is a bonus queen that left from Frankfurt 41 minutes ago. Cathay Pacific Cargo, flight 64. It's the Bravo Lima Juliet Charlie. Looking all grainy and pixelated. This is back to the top end of optical zoom. Unfortunately, going to the wrong runway.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
After this airplane has passed by, I'm going to wrap up today's stream. I want to thank you all so much for joining me here today. It was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Don't forget to leave a like if you did like what you saw. On paper it should bring in new people who haven't heard of the channel yet, but who are also into live stream aviation. We'll be out again tomorrow. I don't know yet where and when. But the weather should be good, so you can count on me doing a stream. If not in the morning, then at least in the afternoon. But I will go out for a stream tomorrow, so stay tuned for that, guys. Make sure to hit subscribe and the bell icon if you want to get informed when I go live, when I announce the new stream. Big thanks to all the support for all the super chats, super stickers, the gifted memberships, those who became a member or member again themselves. Thank you all so much for the support. You guys are what makes this channel so great, and without you guys this channel would be nothing. So thank you all so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening or day, whatever time of day it may be for you. A massive big thanks lastly to the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. I hope to see you all tomorrow. Be safe and see you soon. Bye for now, guys. Take care.